going to call this regular council meeting to order, and I would ask all of you to take your seats, please. Before we proceed, I want to acknowledge that the land upon which we are situated has been occupied by Indigenous peoples and is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and before them the Adirondack people. Many of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe people continue to live in our community and add to the richness of community life. Madam Clerk, will all rise for the invocation? All rise, please.
We meet to serve our community and endeavor to be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Let us be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chamber minds that think and hearts that feel, so that in our deliberations we may display imagination, wisdom, and courage, and the will to do our work for the good of all.
Thank you. And the roll call, Madam Clerk.
All members of council are present, Your Worship. Regional Councillor Encina sends his regrets.
I understand. So there is an addendum this evening. It involves a number of changes to our agenda. First has to do with the identification of individuals for the proposed draft plan of subdivision, official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for the Black Creek Road application. Also, a resolution from the Niagara Region regarding Russian sanction request. We have some board minutes from the Ridgeway Business Improvement Area for their meeting last week, May the 26th, and also from the March 23rd Community Gaming Development Corporation. And then arising out of that, we have some resolutions relative to appointing an individual to the Ridgeway Business Improvement Area Board of Management, recognition of a resignation, and an additional bylaw, which will alter the numbering of the confirmatory bylaw. I have a few announcements. First and foremost, I want to thank Councillor McDermott for the excellent job in chairing the council and committee meeting on May the 16th when I wasn't available. I read the minutes. I thought you did a wonderful job, and I very much appreciated the minute of silence regarding the horrific incident in Buffalo that occurred on May the 15th. I did have a few announcements. Today I raised the flag of Pride Niagara, and we're heading into Pride Month. There's some activities that will be taking place across Niagara and in Fort Erie in particular on June the 24th, I believe it is. There is an event in Fort Erie. This Wednesday, June the 1st, we'll be raising the age-friendly flag, which recognizes Seniors Month, and there will be a number of activities taking place during the course of the month to celebrate our seniors. June the 1st is the beginning of National Indigenous History Month. It's a time to recognize the rich history, heritage, resilience, and diversity of our First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. And on June the 21st is the 25th anniversary of our celebrating National Indigenous Peoples Day. On June the 4th, there will be the grand opening of the Little Red Coffee Shop at 46 Queen Street. And on June the 2nd, which is this Thursday, there's a provincial election. If you haven't voted, you need to vote on June the 2nd. And if you already have voted, please don't try to vote again. That's actually illegal. But I do hope that everyone will participate in that election. This past Saturday, May the 28th, I was at Bay Beach to welcome Mike Shorman, who landed there around 3:45-ish, and he had paddled across Lake Erie, paddleboarded. He's the first individual with a disability to paddleboard across Lake Erie, and did that in support of raising awareness and funds for youth mental health in cooperation with jack.org, which is Canada's only charity for training and empowering youth to revolutionize their own mental health. Mike is poised to do the other 4 lakes. His mission is to cross each of the Great Lakes, and he was pretty thrilled, as was his team, with the welcome that they received in Fort Erie, and quite impressed with Crystal Beach. The restaurants, the beach, the whole environment. So much so that in the middle of June next month, one of the individuals who is with Mike, a young woman named Coralie Alert, is going to be swimming across Lake Erie. I believe she's leaving from the same point, Sturgeon Point, in the States, and will be landing at Bay Beach. And then later in the summer, in August, she'll also be swimming across Lake Ontario for the same cause, to help raise the profile and funds for youth mental health. So those are the announcements. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just out of an abundance of caution, because it references the organization, Bylaw 61-2022, that's to appoint the Lincoln County Humane Society as pound keeper for the town of Fort Erie, as my company has provided contracted services for the Fort Erie SPCA. It's referenced in the bylaw. So just out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to declare a conflict on that, Your Worship.
That's very cautious. Any others? Madam Clerk, I have a pecuniary interest with respect to CAO 08-2022, which is with respect to the pool lift report relative to E.J. Freeland Community Center, because funds are being donated by the Ridgeway and the Fort Erie Lions Club, and I'm a member of the Ridgeway Lions Club. So I will, at that point, ask, is Councillor McDermott still the acting mayor? I will ask Councillor McDermott if he would chair that item. And I think that's in the consent agenda, so we'll have to take that out when we get there. Are there any other declarations of pecuniary interest? If not, then we have a number of public meetings coming up. There's an open house on Thursday, June the 2nd, 5 p.m. here in the Town Hall atrium with respect to a proposed plan of subdivision on Shane Avenue in Fort Erie. There's an open house on June the 7th, Tuesday, June the 7th, 2022, again at 5 p.m. in the Town Hall atrium. That's with respect to a proposed zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for property located at 726 Gorham Road. There's a proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment public meeting with respect to 613 Helena Street on June the 13th, 2022, and the information report with respect to that application will be available on our website on June the 8th, 2022. There's also a proposed temporary zoning bylaw amendment for 131 and 135 Gilmore Road. That will be heard on Monday, June 20th, 2022, and the information report for that matter will be available Wednesday, June the 15th on our website. And then finally, there's a proposed temporary zoning bylaw amendment public meeting with respect to 409 Gilmore Road on June 20th, 2022 at 6 p.m. Those public meetings are here in the Town Hall at 6 p.m. And the information report for that will be available June the 15th, 2022. We have a couple of public meetings this evening, and the first public meeting relates to the proposed draft plan of subdivision, official plan, and zoning bylaw amendments for what is referred to as, is it Spring Creek subdivision? Spring Creek Estates. So the format for the public meeting is that we will ask a member of staff to provide some background to council, and after she has done that, members of council can ask any questions that they have at that point. Then the proponent or the agent of the proponent will be requested to provide whatever comments they have with respect to the matter, and thereafter councillors may ask questions of the proponent or the proponent's agent. After that, I will ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in support of the application, and we'll hear from any of those individuals. And following that, I'll ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or raise questions or issues with respect to the application. This statutory public meeting is a hybrid model, which means that aside from the individuals here in the council chamber, there will also be opportunities for individuals to zoom in to the meeting and provide their comments to members of council. And members of council will be able to see those individuals on our monitors. I'm not exactly sure, Madam Clerk, how we know that they're there. Is there someone that's managing that to let us know if there's someone who wishes to come in?
Yes, Your Worship. Cole Patton will be entering via Zoom, so you'll see him on your screen and hear him.
Okay, and he'll be monitoring the progress of the meeting.
Yes.
And then if there's anyone, if there are any submissions that have been made that were received after the information report was prepared, I'll ask the clerk if she wishes to make reference to them. And at that point, we should be finished the public meeting. And then there is an information report on the agenda that council will deal with later on. That's the same process for both of the applications. And unless I've missed anything, Madam Clerk, then we're going to proceed. Good evening, Ms. Dilwaria.
Good evening, Your Worship.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. An application for a draft plan of subdivision and a combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment has been submitted by Matt Kernahan from Upper Canada Consultants, who represents Mitch William and Mike Colosimo, owners of the subject property known as 0-17482 and 0-17484 Black Creek Road. The purpose of the application is to subdivide 8.6 hectares of land to create a mix of housing. A combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is requested to facilitate the proposed development. Notification for tonight's public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in May 5th, 2022 edition of Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of the complete application and public meeting on the same date. This is an aerial photograph of the subject lands as well as the surrounding neighborhood. The subject lands are located on the west side of Black Creek Road in the Douglastown Black Creek neighborhood. The subject lands are currently vacant. Black Creek Community Center, Faith Reformed Church, and vacant commercial lands are located to the north. Queen Elizabeth Way is located to the south. Black Creek Road and single detached dwellings are located to the east. Netherby Road is located to the west. This slide shows the proposed development. The applicant is proposing to develop 8.6 hectares of land for 225 dwelling units and a stormwater management pond. The applicant is proposing to develop Part 1, shown in red outline for apartments and stacked townhouses, which would include a maximum of 80 dwelling units. Part 2, shown in blue outline, will be developed for block townhouses and will include 16 townhouses units. Part 3, which is shown in brown outline, will be developed for 59 on-street townhouses. Part 4, shown in purple outline, will include 59 single detached dwellings. Part 5, shown in yellow, would be developed for 16 semi-detached dwellings. And lastly, Part 6, shown in green outline, will be developed for a stormwater management pond. The site will have frontage on Black Creek Road and will be accessed via 3 new local roads. This slide shows the current official plan designation for the subject lands. The northerly and the southerly portions, shown as Part 1 and 3, are the currently designated medium-density residential, and the central portion is shown as Part 2, is designated as low-density residential in the town's official plan and Douglastown Black Creek secondary plan. The plan allows the lands designated medium-density residential to be developed for multi-unit development such as townhomes, triplex, and low-rise apartments. The medium-density residential designation permits a maximum density of 50 units per hectare. The low-density residential designation allows single-detached dwellings, semi, and duplex with a maximum density of 60 units per hectare. In addition, the plan requires the northerly portion, which is Part 1, to be developed for 2 to 3 low-rise apartment buildings with building heights ranging from 2 to 3 stories. The maximum density permitted for all apartment buildings is approximately 100 units per hectare. The plan also allows fully assisted nursing homes or homes for aged as an institutional use in the medium-density residential designation. The policy further states that development containing fully assisted senior home in whole or in part can be developed for a density of 75 units per hectare. This slide shows the proposed changes to the official plan. The applicant is requesting to reconfirm the central portion of the property shown as Part 2 is currently zoned R2 zone, which allows single detached dwellings. Lastly, the southerly portion shown as Part 3 is zoned site-specific residential multiple 1 RM1548 zone, which allows single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, street townhouses, and block townhouse developments. The site-specific regulation allows the development with a density ranging from 17 to 50 units per hectare. As mentioned earlier, the applicant is requesting to rezone Part 1 to a site-specific residential RM2 zone. The site-specific regulations for Part 1 include adding stacked townhouses to the list of permitted uses, reducing the minimum lot frontage from 30 meters to 12 meters, right at this section here, increasing the building height from 3 stories to 12 stories and 14 meters, increasing the maximum density from 50 units per hectare to 75 units per hectare, and reducing the minimum interior side yard from 7 meters to 5 meters. For Part 2, the applicant is proposing to add townhouses to the list of permitted uses. For Parts 3, 4, 5, and 6, the applicant is requesting to add stormwater management pond and open space uses to the list of permitted uses, delete the requirement for maximum lot coverage for street townhouses and single detached dwellings, and reduce the minimum interior side yard from 1 to 1.5 meters, where the bylaw requires 1.5 meters plus an additional 0.5 for every increase in every story. An open house meeting for the proposed development was held on April 7th at Black Creek Community Center and was attended by staff, owner and his agent, and 40 area residents. Staff has also received few emails from the residents as well. Several residents expressed concerns regarding the additional traffic that would be generated by the proposed development. They also requested that the intersection of Baker Road and Black Creek Road and Netherby Road and Black Creek Road to be evaluated. Applicant's response: the applicant has submitted a traffic study that was reviewed by town, region, and MTO staff. No concerns have been cited by the commenting parties. Following the open house meeting, the applicant has also submitted an addendum to the traffic study that reviewed the intersection of Baker Road and Black Creek Road, Netherby Road, and Baker Road. The addendum has been reviewed and staff has no objection to the finding of the study. The second issue that was raised was the third access to the Douglastown neighborhood. The resident expressed a need to having a third access to the neighborhood. Staff's response: the town is currently investigating the feasibility of the third access to Douglastown neighborhood. Staff is hoping to bring the report to council in June. The residents were concerned regarding the impact of the proposed development may have on the existing infrastructure. Applicant's response: a functional servicing study was completed by a professional engineer in support of the application. The study assessed sanitary sewage capacity in the municipal sanitary sewers pumping station and lagoons, and the capacity of the infrastructure to accommodate the development. No capacity issues were identified. The residents were concerned regarding the removal of trees from the subject property. The applicant's response was the subject property did not include any features that were regulated by NPCA or the region or any area identified by the town. The removal of the trees did not contravene any bylaws. Lastly, some residents wanted the proposed stormwater pond to be used as an amenity area for the residents. Staff response, based on the preliminary grading plan provided by the applicants, the site slopes for the ponds are proposed to be at the ratio of 5:1. In order to eliminate the need for the fence, the slopes would have to be increased to 7:1 for the north, south, and west slopes, and 10:1 for the slopes adjacent to Black Creek Road. In addition, a 3-meter wide maintenance access pedestrian walkway would have to be accommodated. This would result in additional lands required for the pond and thereby reducing the lands that could be used for housing. These are some of the pictures of the site. This is looking north on Black Creek Road, looking south on Black Creek Road, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dewar. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Well, thank you, Mayor Redekop, and thank you, Anamika, for your presentation. You and I had a chance to speak earlier today. One of my concerns I brought up was the population in regards to what the region anticipated the population would be from 2014 to 2041. And I asked if you could get some numbers in regards to what the population currently stands at.
Sure. Through your worship to the councillor, I reviewed the secondary plan that was done for this whole subdivision, and that plan had envisioned 1,100 dwelling units in the whole neighborhood. And based on our current information, the river trail includes 90 units. Black Creek Signature Phase 1 and 2 includes 181 units. Spring Creek Estates, which is the current development, is proposed to have 225 units. And there is an existing dwelling of 289. So that puts the total of 785 units. This is excluding the leisure homes. But even based on the information that we have, this is less than what the secondary plan had envisioned, which is 1,100 units.
Thank you for that, but I'm talking about the population increase in regards to the
So-
village master plan for 2014 to 2041.
Through your worship to the councillor, in order to, I don't have the information about the population, but typically when we calculate the population, it's based on number of units times 1.5, which is the usual family size. So if we have 785 units, we can make that 1.5 times, and that would be the population that is currently existing. And, but I could get you that information that you're looking for.
I would, if I can, through the mayor, would appreciate that. In their master plan, servicing plan done in 2016, based on 2014 stats, they're anticipating an increase of 1,032 people. That's the population increase that the region is planning on. That was done in 2014, 2016. So we've already, from what the numbers you gave, we've already surpassed that.
Through your worship to the councillor, in our recommendation report, we can provide an analysis about what is the projection of the population and if there is any concerns from the capacity perspective. But as mentioned in my presentation, the region, all these reports which were prepared by the applicant were reviewed by the region, and based on their comments, they did not come forward with any concerns regarding the capacity issue.
And through your worship, I appreciate that, but I'm going to take that with a grain of salt, a very large grain. In regards to the design outlet for the stormwater management pond, we had a similar situation several years ago. You weren't there, I wasn't there. And the outlet was basically drawn almost the same. I think you know where I'm talking about, further down River Trail into the creek. And that was the plan. The plan was that the outlet was going to be right at the creek. And that's what the drawing at the time showed. The drawing of the site plan right now looks the same. It looks like the outlet is going to be right at the creek. But that didn't happen at the other one, right? So any idea what's going to happen with this storm, with this outlet at the creek?
Through your worship to the councillor, it's my understanding, speaking with the applicant, that the design, the detailed design for the storm outlet has not been completed yet. But however, the section of the property which they would be using to use as an outlet is identified in our waterfront strategy. So the thing which had happened on the north portion of the creek, where it's an outlet, open outlet channel, I don't think town would be supportive of that design at this location because of it's that this property is identified as the waterfront strategy.
Through the mayor, through you.
Yep.
So was the other one. Just to let, you weren't here, but so was the other one.
Sure.
And it didn't work out that way. And the neighbors on both sides can attest to that. I guess also there's a comment about this, the access, and I think you touched base on that we are still looking for a third access. Now, that report isn't in yet, right?
Through your worship to the councillor, no, that report is supposed to be coming in June. And Mr. Walsh maybe can speak to in details about it, but that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Thank you very much for your presentation, Anamika. You have, can you put up slide 8, I think? Yeah, this is the one where they're asking for everything to change. So just my question is, with these designations and zonings that are there currently, was that part of the secondary plan or a neighborhood plan?
Through your worship to the councillor, yes, it was these.
I don't understand. If it's, no. You can't hear me? No. Oh, all right, okay. You're on the hook.
Ms. Dewar, if you could
Oh, me?
maybe speak up.
So if the current zoning is in the secondary plan, then how does it align with something different?
Through your worship to the councillor, the current official plan designation designates.
Yeah.
Small departure, I would say small, but they are requesting some departures to the existing zoning.
I'm not getting that because when I'm reading this, it says part 3, 4, 5, and 6, they want you to delete the requirement for townhouses and single
No,
detached. I don't consider that to be small.
Sorry, your worship, this is my mistake. It should say delete the requirement for maximum lot coverage. So they are not deleting the requirement for street townhouses and single detached dwelling. It's an error on my part. It says delete the maximum lot coverage requirement for the street townhouses and
I
single.
understand. Okay, I get what you're saying there, but
Yeah.
Mayor Redekop, I can't accept that. I can't say now, today, that we're looking at this and now we have to change what's supposed to be here. I'm sorry, I can't accept that.
Well, can't you
Just
say
says
what's-
delete requirement for street townhouses and single detached dwellings, and now I'm hearing that it's completely different. No, what they're asking for is just the lot coverage.
Well, the report, the information report makes reference to that. This is a graphic based on Ms. Dewari's presentation, and she's acknowledged she's made an error. You can go to page 7 of the, page 6 and 7, and you can see 8. You can see
Yeah.
the various changes that are being requested, one of which is the lot coverage.
Yes, I understand that, Mayor Redekop, but that's not fair to the residents and the people of Fort Erie and the council when you're reading one part and then you get to another part where it's different. you know, sometimes when you get to the second time
Councillor
around,
Lubberts, this
you
is-
already know what it's going to say because I've read it the first time.
Councillor Lubberts, this is your opportunity to ask Ms. Dewari any questions that you have. If you
Yes.
want to get into that discussion, that would be appropriate when we get to the information report.
Yeah, thank you very much. And, Ms. Dwaria, so looking at what they're asking for, the minimum frontage from, they're asking instead of 30, they want 12? Is that what I'm reading correctly?
Your worship, to the councillor, yes, that's correct.
And then from 50 units, they want 75 units per hectare.
Your worship, to the councillor, yes.
Yeah, and then they want to delete the streets, or they want to change whatever it is that they want to do, something with the townhouses, they want to delete that. What are they giving to the town of Fort Erie in return for all of these concessions that they're asking for? What are they proposing to give back?
Your worship, to the councillor, they have submitted a subdivision official plan and zoning bylaw. We are processing that, and it would be more appropriate for the applicant to answer what they are giving to the town.
Or they never indicated to you that they were willing to give something back?
Well, I don't think that's the issue. The issue is they've made an application. The staff is obligated by law to process the application and provide the opportunity for
Yeah, but the
council.
question is, they never indicated, right?
Well, you'll have
I
an
guess that's, the answer is no.
You'll have an opportunity to ask the proponent, which will have a representative here.
Wow. Then I can ask the proponent as well, just to
Yeah.
verify that both people are on the same page.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, that's enough for me.
Okay, any other councillors before I go back to Councillor Noyes? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Back to Anamika. Anamika, you referred to these as minor changes, and
Your
okay,
worship.
if 30 meters to 12 meters is a minor change, what would you see as a big change?
Your worship, to the councillor, my apologies. I shouldn't be saying that it's minor changes. Few of them are minor, some of them are not, and that is the reason we are going through a zoning amendment. If it had been minor changes, we would have gone through a minor variance application. So my apologies, I should not have used that word minor, and that's the reason it's a zoning amendment application.
And thank you for that. I just wanted to point out too, in the secondary plan, what was proposed was 2 to 3 stories. It wasn't 3 stories and above. So when they're recommending 4, they could actually be increasing it by 100% if 2 was really the target, 2 to 3. And the other thing too, increase the density from 50 to 70, that's an increase of 40%. But again, they're asking for a lot of changes in something that went through participation by the community for what they wanted to see in this place. And I think it's a good place for development, don't get me wrong.
Councillor Noyes, you have an opportunity to ask questions of Ms. Dilwari. When we get to the information report, you can provide your comments.
Okay. That's fine. I'll do it then.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other members of council? Ms. Dilwari, before I let you sit down, when you were talking about the stormwater management pond, you indicated that in order to make it something of a recreational facility or an attractive facility, there would have to be a more gradual sloping. And apparently that's been raised with the proponent. And their concern is that it would take more land, which would reduce the number of units, which would, I suppose, have an impact on the density, all of which are also concerns of the residents. Is that my understanding?
Your worship, that's correct. If the applicant can increase the slope, it can be definitely used as a recreational feature, but as of now, the way the pond has been designed, it will not be. And yes, that was one of the concerns of the residents, yes.
And that's an issue that council determines. Okay, thank you. Sorry, before you go, Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Redekop. Sorry. Anamika, the lagoon. In the past, and I have to refer back to our friend George, who has passed away from Black Creek. He has mentioned to me numerous times about the lagoon at Black Creek in that area. And there was an OMB hearing, and there was an OMB ruling about the capacity and what that lagoon was supposed to be used for. And you're saying earlier in your presentation that there's no issues with that, but he had major issues with the fact that that lagoon was only had a capacity of so much, and it was over capacity now. Could you comment on the fact that staff is saying there is no issues with the lagoon?
Your worship, to the councillor, I'm basing, what I said was based on the comments that we have received from the region, that there is capacity. Our staff has reviewed it as well, but maybe Mr. Walsh can throw more light to it. I'm just basing my opinion based on the comments that we have received from the region, which have said there is no capacity issue.
So that can,
And did you review the OMB ruling at all? Did you look at that?
Your worship, to the councillor, no, I haven't.
No, so you just relied on what the region has to say?
it's their facility. It's their facility, Councillor Lubberts, so our staff, I think, can rely upon what they're told by the region. But you can ask those questions when we get to the information report.
Yeah.
And we'll ask Mr. Walsh to provide any comments.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delwaria.
Thank you, your worship.
Now we'll hear from the proponent or the agent for the proponent, Mr. Kernahan. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, and the public. Just bear with me here a minute. I'm going to bring up my presentation. So as always, staff's been very thorough with their presentation, and I know there's a lot of people here this evening that want to speak, so I'm going to be as brief as I can and just make a couple of points on behalf of the applicant, who is Mitch Williams and Mike Colosimo, both the principals in the development company that own this property. So as you've heard, the secondary plan for Douglastown was approved in 2016. At that time, the town designated this site for residential development. The owner purchased the property in 2019 and has been working with the town and his consultants on developing the proposal ever since. As Anamika pointed out, the subdivision consists of a mix of 54 single detached dwellings and 16 semi-detached dwellings shown here in yellow. All these dwellings are proposed to front on new municipal roads, which would be internal to the subdivision. Approximately 80 apartment units within a block next to the church and community center are proposed with access directly to Black Creek Road. And 59 street townhouses fronting onto internal public streets are proposed and are shown here in orange. In addition, as we've been discussing, there's a stormwater management pond proposed in the south of the site, which will include some plantings. This slide here shows the current official plan designation on the left with the proposed official plan designation on the right. As I mentioned, the official plan designation changed in 2006 in association with the approval of the secondary plan. The current designation permits a mix of medium-density residential and low-density residential with a stormwater management pond also permitted in the medium-density residential. In the north, only apartments are permitted in the medium-density residential. In the south medium-density residential, only townhouses are permitted. In the middle, where the yellow is showing low-density residential, only single detached dwellings are permitted. The purpose of our application is to reconfigure the existing designations. The purpose of that exercise is to incorporate some more modern design, a mix of land uses throughout the subdivision, and actually a reduced size for the apartment block area and a proposal to use it a bit more efficiently through an increase in height. Our plan is to redistribute the density. However, overall, the density is on the lower side of a medium-density residential development at approximately 25 units per hectare. This official plan amendment doesn't propose any additional density compared to what was contemplated in the secondary plan. This slide shows the current zoning of the property on the left with the proposed zoning on the right. The existing zoning, as you've heard, changed in 2016 through a conformity exercise with the secondary plan. In the north part of the site, where it says RM2-549, only apartments are permitted here at a height of up to 3 stories. In the middle, where it says R2, only single detached dwellings are permitted in this location. And in the south, there are a number of multi-unit forms of development permitted in addition to a stormwater management pond. Our proposal is to put a low-rise apartment as well as stacked townhouses, which are also considered low-rise apartments, in the area shown in purple as part 1. We also propose to add the block townhouses uses in this location. And then for the balance of the site, the proposal is to provide permissions for a mixture of single-detached, semi-detached, and townhouse dwellings, all of which will be located on public streets, as well as a stormwater management pond in the location shown. So this slide just provides a quick view on the agency comments that were received to date. The staff report also does a very good job of summarizing those. There were no objections from any of the agencies that were circulated, and generally the comments consisted of some standard suggestions or requirements for draft plan conditions. So the next few slides deal with the public comments that were received, mostly at the public meeting. A few were submitted in writing before, as well as since. Staff's included a summary of the comments, as well as their and our response, beginning on page 17 of their report. They've also included our detailed response to the comments in Appendix 6, beginning on page 65. So rather than address each and every comment received, as we did in our submission, I will just touch on some of the more prominent issues that came through in the comments received. Firstly is density. The Douglastown Black Creek secondary plan that underwent considerable consultation, as was mentioned, in 2015 and 16, and which received council approval, contemplates the residential density proposed through this plan. In particular, the secondary plan's policies, shown here on the screen, contemplate the in particular, the secondary plan's policies for medium-density residential contemplate up to 200 medium-density residential units in this location, west of Black Creek Road specifically, and that also includes up to 100 apartment units. Our proposal is for 155 medium-density residential units west of Black Creek Road and includes 80 apartments units, which is consistent with the secondary plan. A number of comments were received regarding possible traffic impacts. This is something that we anticipate with just about any development, especially one of this size. The town and the MTO identified specific requirements for the types of studies they wanted to see, so a separate traffic study was completed for each agency. In addition, as you've heard, there were some specific concerns cited at the information meeting by the public, and the applicant voluntarily commissioned a third-party study to assess the intersections of Black Creek Road and Baker Road, as well as Baker Road and Netherby Road, in addition to the initial studies they'd done. All studies completed concluded that there would be no traffic impacts from the development. The studies were reviewed, as you've heard, by the town, the region, as well as the MTO, and all agencies agreed with the findings. I should mention to council that I have with me Adam Mildenberger, who's our traffic consultant from RVA, with me this evening, should any specific questions regarding traffic arise. So lastly, there was some concern that municipal and regional infrastructure might not have capacity to handle flows from the development. As with just about every development project that is done here in Niagara, the applicant was required to complete a functional servicing report and a stormwater management report to assess the infrastructure requirements to service the development and the ability of the receiving infrastructure to handle those demands. The report completed by the engineers at Upper Canada Consultants concludes that there is sufficient capacity in the sanitary sewer and the water main to accommodate the proposed development and that the proposed stormwater strategy is acceptable. The report was received by the engineers at the town and region, and they both agreed with the findings, as you will note by the comments included with the staff report. At this point, I'll leave it at that and invite council to answer any questions they may have of me.
Thank you, Mr. Kernahan. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Kernahan, thank you for your information. I'm just wondering, I know this is early along in the process, but we do have some higher density that's being proposed, apartments, stacked townhomes, other things like that. Has the developer given any indication of affordability levels? Are they looking to do affordable housing in here or anything along those lines? I'm just curious if any of that's been discussed this early along.
Not as of yet. What I can tell you is that developer is not themselves a builder. So their plan here is to bring this development to a point where lots can be conveyed, and at that point, they will be selling them off to people who will develop upon them. So it's a bit early for that at this point in time.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Thank you for your presentation. My first question is going to be about on April 27th, 2020, who was the owner of the property at that time? Do you know?
My understanding is that it's the current owners.
Okay. So knowing that, and so that the EIS was an environmental impact study scoping checklist was done on April 27, 2020. And if I can read from the bottom of what's in my thing, EI scoping indicated the potential for significant wildlife habitat, unevaluated wetlands on the property, recommending the completion of an ecological land classification, breeding bird study, amphibian surveys, and surveys for bats and bat habitats to assess the natural areas. And I think you know where I'm going with this. Then the EES was looked at again for regional comments, and they actually did a site visit on October 1st, 2021. Everything was cleared. Do you have a copy of the checklist that was done on April 27th, 2020?
I do not.
Can you get council a copy of that?
I'm sure I could.
Okay. Because it's interesting that in 2020, they indicated that there may be some environmental concerns, and then the land's cleared, and then in 2021, there's nothing to assess, it's gone. So I would like more background information on that. My next question, if I can, Your Worship, is going to go to the stormwater management, the outlet. If it can't happen the way it's planned, what's your alternative?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there isn't an alternative at this point. Scientifically, it makes sense for the stormwater management outlet to be the creek. That's where water from the site currently flows, and that's where it ought to flow post-development following treatment in a facility. So more or less, the creek, the southerly portion of the site is downhill from the northerly portion of the site, and the logical outlet is the creek. So at this point in time, the strategy that we've developed flows to that creek.
If I can continue, when is the design for this outlet and the discussion with the Ministry of Fisheries going to take place?
So through your worship to the councillor, the detailed design of that outlet would come following draft plan approval.
Okay, so let me understand. So you don't know, because my guess is, and I wasn't here, and I don't think you were here either, with the last outlet that was put onto the creek. The design was, and I think you heard me talking to Anamika, was the same as what you're planning. The Ministry of Fisheries said, can't do it. I think it's something about, I don't know enough about it, but I think too much water coming too fast, whatever. They didn't, because the creek is a protected fishery habitat or something like that. I don't know all the details. Have you even looked into the problem with that outlet and why that outlet was changed?
So I'm at a high level, through your worship, I am at a high level familiar with that outlet. I didn't work for Upper Canada Consultants, nor the town, I think, even when that outlet was designed. So I'm not intimately familiar with the process that it went through in order to receive its approval. What I can tell you is that the engineers at the firm that I work for design dozens and dozens of stormwater management outlets per year. So at a high level, what's been done is a functional level investigation of the stormwater management strategy and its strategy to outlets. So we have looked into it. However, development proceeds in stages. So before a developer typically commits to the rather involved task of doing detailed design on infrastructure, they secure the development approvals that give them some assurance that this development is going to proceed. So once they do that, there's an approval process they go through with the town, the region, and the Conservation Authority in this instance. So those would be the gatekeepers to ensure that that outlet was designed in accordance with the appropriate specifications. But at this point in time, I can tell you, stormwater management has only been undertaken at a functional level because that's where we're at in the planning process. That's the appropriate level it ought to be designed at this point.
And Mr. Cunningham, if I can continue, I can appreciate that. But knowing that this problem existed just within a 5-minute walk of the same creek, the same type of outlet, the same stormwater management pond emptying into an outlet into the creek, face these problems, I would encourage that discussion happen with the ministry sooner than later. And I don't think that's a huge endeavor to do. But to find out what happened on the other side to see if you're going to face the same problems, it may save you a lot of time. Don't you agree? That's be a question. My next question is about, in your report, you talk a lot about assistive I shouldn't say a lot. There's several comments made about assistive living, nursing homes, and things like that. And I think that's one of the arguments to increase the density and increase the number of stories. Am I correct on that?
Through your worship, that is one of the permissions that we're hoping to gain for the higher density block in the north.
If by chance council agrees with that, will you then stipulate that that use will be limited or restricted to assisted living or nursing home?
Through your worship, council could do whichever they would like. That's up to council.
Okay, if I can continue, another question. In regards to the capacity for the sewers, and you said your engineers talked to those engineers, the region engineers, do you know what documents your staff reviewed? Did they use the stormwater management pond, or I can't remember, not stormwater management pond, the wastewater 2014 master plan? Is that what they used?
Through your worship, that would have been one of the documents. I'm sure that they would have also looked at the design drawings for the existing infrastructure in the roads to check that the capacity there's capacity available in the pipe. But specifically what documents they reviewed, I couldn't say.
Thank you. A further question in regards to the stormwater management pond. I understand from Anamika that the owners aren't sold yet or haven't bought into that it has to be a nice park-like setting, garage or whatever, because they have to give up some land. Am I correct on that?
Through your worship, I'm not sure that characterizes the discussion, but the town has a very specific specification for what must be fenced when it comes to a stormwater management pond. That specification requires very gradual slopes and large areas to accommodate the pond. Because the slopes are gradual, it takes up more area. There are other ways of managing stormwater management in a much more efficient way when it comes to land consumption. And land consumption is the largest contributor to the cost of housing. So our strategy here is to use the land as efficiently as we can while balancing the interests of the community. At this point in time, there's the stormwater management strategy has a stormwater pond with steeper slopes that uses land efficiently, so we can develop 225 homes for future residents of Fort Erie rather than less.
And further to that, so just to clarify then, you're asking council to give you changes from 30 meters to 12 meters. You're asking council to change the number of stories from 3 to 4. You're asking us to increase the density from 50 to 70, but yet you're not contemplating giving us a stormwater management pond that can be used as an asset for the community.
Again,
We're going to lose too much.
through your worship, I don't think that accurately characterizes my response. I've never said we weren't contemplating it. My answer suggested that our strategy here at this point in time is to have a stormwater management pond that consumes about 6.5 or 7% of the subdivision area as a way to efficiently develop it. The purpose of meetings like this one this evening is to hear feedback from council and residents. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't willing to hear it.
Well, in fairness, you're here because you represent the applicant. So in any event, I hear what you're saying. Councillor Noyes, continue.
Thank you. Mr. Kernahan, we've had this discussion, trying to think the first time you and I talked with Annemiek and that we had a Zoom meeting. Am I guessing 6 months ago, approximately?
Through your worship, I don't think it was quite that long ago. Our application was submitted in February.
Okay.
So sometime March, probably.
At that time, we discussed the stormwater management pond. So it's not like it's a new idea. And where there's also a town bylaw that basically describes that stormwater management pond should be an asset. How does a fenced-in stormwater management pond become an asset?
So, through your worship, this application has been making its way through the many steps in the process. Not exactly at a speedy pace. We applied in February. We received a date for an information meeting in April. And here we are at a public meeting just about in June. So, not to say we're not contemplating it, but we do want to receive the feedback that the process affords us to receive before going away and making changes. So that's where we're at.
Okay, I'm going to let that one go, and thank you for your time.
Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Thank you very much, Matt. Just to go back before I forget, when Councillor Noyes was asking you your questions in the beginning, you said that you go through a process and the developer needs to know early on in the stages that their proposal will be accepted before they'll do any extensive spending, I guess, on studies, specifically stormwater management. And you said that it was scientifically it will work, but are you saying that the developer doesn't want to spend any money until we agree to allow him to move forward?
Well, through your worship, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to spend money on detailed design if it would be for something that council doesn't approve. So development happens in steps. When you make an application for a official plan, zoning amendment, and draft plan of subdivision, there's a level of study that's normal when it comes to stormwater management. That level of study gives you a comfort level that the strategy can be implemented subject to the detailed design after the approval phase. So this is sort of a normal process that the developments go through where you do it in steps. I'm not saying that they're unwilling to do the detailed design, but it doesn't make a lot of sense at this point, given that the level of assurance they have in any event.
Yes, I understand that, but at the same point, on the other flip side of that, it doesn't make any sense for me to approve something that I don't know whether it's going to work or not. I'd like to see a study done to show that, yes, this will work. This is how it happens, this is how the flow will go, and this is how the stormwater management plan will work. And if the developer has to spend a little extra money on that, then, you know, that's the cost of doing business. So I think it might be prudent that you ask the developer that maybe, you know, he could spend a little extra money on some more studies. As far as, now, going back to slide 8 that I asked with Anamika, and it showed all of the requests or all the asks from yourself or your client. What is your client going to give back to the community for if we allow him to change all the rules?
Well, through your worship, I'm not sure I can quite answer that question at this point. I think I need to understand the feedback we get here this evening in order to formulate a strategy with what to come back with.
Yeah, okay.
And in fairness, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, then let me ask this question then. Is your client willing to think about what they're going to give back to they can consider what they're going to give back to the community if the community allows them to basically break all the rules?
Through your worship, certainly.
Now, you said earlier that your client bought this property in 2019, and the secondary plan was done in 2015, 2016. So my question is, when your client purchased the property, he knew exactly what the secondary plan allowed. He knew exactly how everything was zoned, and he accepted that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought it. But now, he comes and wants to change the whole secondary plan with no public consultation, basically, as extensive as it was when we did the secondary plan. And so my question is, when he purchased the property, was he just ignoring the secondary plan and taking the risk that he could have it all changed?
Through your worship, I don't want to take anything away from the secondary plan that Mr. Miller developed in 2015 or 2016, but what I can tell you is that it doesn't consider things at the same level of the detail as a development application would. So some of the things that weren't considered when that secondary plan was developed was the size that a stormwater management pond would need to be. If you look at the screen on your left, you'll see a schematic location and size of a stormwater management facility for this development. So that size is even smaller than the one that's being proposed now, not to mention one with more gradual slopes. One of the other things it didn't consider was the requirement for a 14-meter setback off the property line shared with the Ministry of Transportation. So those two things, in and of themselves, were the starting point for the planning on this site. They were planning 101 is you start with your constraints and you work backwards. So at the time when the secondary plan was developed, again, nothing against it, but it wasn't, and it wasn't meant to consider things at the level of detail that a development application does. So once the detailed planning began, it was revealed that there was some inability to develop precisely in accordance with that secondary plan. Trust me, having been in front of council for 8 years as I was, a really good strategy for this development would be to follow the secondary plan and the zoning to the T. I'm aware of that. It is unfortunate that the level of detail in the zoning and the secondary plan policies was so strict and precise that the site couldn't be developed in accordance with them given the actual on-the-ground constraints. It's just a fact that to click a development to the zoning and the secondary plan that are in place currently, given the requirements for stormwater management, given the requirements for setbacks from the MTO corridor, it's just not possible. That's why we didn't do it.
Thank you very much. So, would it be okay for me to use your philosophy on the detailed design of the stormwater management pond? Why would we go through the detailed process when it's not necessary yet? Just saying, that's the same argument you used just a few minutes ago for your client. Would it be safe for us to say, well, you know, that's why we didn't do that? And to further to that, are you saying that because the stormwater management plan wasn't specifically detailed, that you have to make all of these changes? Like your setbacks, everything has to be drastically changed in order to accommodate a few changes in the stormwater management plan?
Through your worship, I think that argument is contrary to the one that I'm making, which is that the secondary plan policies and the zoning that was put in place were too specific, given the level of investigation that had gone into creating them. So
Okay.
they required amendment to implement.
Okay, now, you also said that there was no big change, there wasn't no real changes in the density in your presentation, but when we're changing the density from 50 units per hectare to 75 units, isn't that a change to the density?
So through your worship, the secondary plan contemplates 200 medium-density residential units in this location. That's the guide for development. Our proposal is for less than that. The secondary plan contemplates 100 apartment units approximately, at a density of up to 100 units per hectare. Our proposal is for less than that. So to say that the changes are major or minor, I'm not sure by what measure we do that, but there are changes. There's no question. There's a proposal for a change in lot frontage, which is large by quantum.
Okay, all right, so help me understand this. If your proposal is proposing for less units than what the secondary plan was proposing, which they said was 200 units, and yours is less than that, then why would we want to change it from the secondary plan? Let's stay with the 200 units, which is more, and it's also a plan that the residents have already agreed to and they're satisfied with, and they will allow it. So to me, now it doesn't make sense that we allow all these changes and all these different setbacks and all these, everything that you're asking for, or your client is asking for, when you've just said that the secondary plan will provide us with more units. And isn't that what this is all about? Getting the most units and most efficient use of the land.
So through your worship, it also needs to be implementable.
Pardon me?
It also needs to be implementable. Otherwise, it's just a plan on a shelf. So our purpose here is to try to work in harmony with the secondary plan to the extent we can, but come up with something which can actually be implemented. That's the purpose of our strategy.
So you're saying that the town staff went through the process of the secondary plan. They consulted with the community. The planning staff said, yes, this is a good plan. We can submit this. They send it to the region approves it. They send it to the province approves it. And now you're saying your client claims that you can't implement this plan, it doesn't work. Yet everybody approved it. Can you explain that to me?
Through your worship, what I can tell you is that planning staff, the regional planning staff, all have an opportunity to comment on our application.
Yes.
So it's through that, it's through those comments that I'll seek their concurrence or not with our application relative to the secondary plan.
It's not really a question, Mr. Kernahan. The question was, all of these agencies had an opportunity to comment on the secondary plan as it was being developed, and they all approved the secondary plan, which you're saying can't be implemented on this portion of land.
Yes, that's correct.
So it wasn't just the town of Fort Erie that was wrong, it was the region, it was any other commenting agency. Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah, I haven't heard the answer.
Through your worship, yes.
Okay, all right, so everybody approves something that can't be implemented. That's basically what your client is saying, or you are.
Through your worship,
Correct?
again,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, I guess I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Through you to Mr. Kernahan. I'm just wanting to go along with what what Councillor Lubberts was doing. When you said that the secondary plan was not implementable, is that another word for not cost-effective?
Through your worship, no.
Okay. I think you mentioned earlier that the secondary plan was too prescriptive, and it couldn't be done. But when I'm looking at the secondary plan, it says anywhere from 17 to 50 units per hectare. So there was some
Through your worship,
significant amount of leeway.
that particular policy provides some leeway. There are other policies, for instance, the ones that list permitted uses within each of the designations, which are difficult to implement given today's development pattern and standards.
Just further to that, in regards to permitted uses, when something's permitted, it says you can build 10 houses, you can build 4 houses. Houses are permitted. When it says you can build a townhouse, you can build 3 townhouses, or you can build 10 townhouses. They're permitted. So again, I'm going back to the fact that it could follow the secondary plan, and the 200 units could do it. But you're telling me that with all the inspection that the secondary plan goes through, the different levels, that this wasn't caught.
Through your worship, I don't believe if you take those orange areas literally, and given the requirement for how much of the site a stormwater management pond would take up, that you could fit 200 medium-density residential units within them.
Okay, fair enough. One last question, it will be my last. You were saying that the property was purchased in 2019. When in 2019?
Through your worship, I don't have the answer to that question. I don't know.
I guess wasn't my last question. Who asked for the clearing of the land? Who said, okay, we bought it in 2019, I think it was April 2020, you know what, we bought this property, we want to clear it. What the heck?
Through your worship, I wasn't retained at the time the land was cleared. I don't know the answer to that question.
Is it possible for you to get us that answer?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Okay, Councillor Lubberts, I'll give you one more shot.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I just want to follow up on, you said the stacked townhouses were considered apartment buildings as well. And I don't know if you remember, but we had a pretty controversial public meeting about a development in town here on Repstock Road. And our planners said that stacked townhouses was something new and that we should include that in our permitted uses. And one of the permitted uses was apartment buildings. So stacked townhouses back then, they weren't considered an apartment building. And so when did the stacked townhouses become the same definition as apartment building.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, my understanding through consultation with planning staff, and I can be corrected, is that under the current policy regime, stacked townhouses are considered the same as apartments. They're generally grouped in the RM2 zone where apartments are permitted. In my time at the town of Fort Erie, there was never a stacked townhouse proposal that I received, so that dates back to 2011. I'm not sure what's happened since, but our approach on this particular development was to list them specifically, so there was no confusion as to what they were, whether it was an apartment or a stacked townhouse or a townhouse. Our strategy was to list them, so there was no question regarding that.
Okay, and just to get back to non-implemental, not allowed to, it won't work, secondary plan. That was based on 200 units. So you're telling me that your client's proposal is less than 200. So what if we took the secondary plan and put less than 200, leaving everything the same? Can we now implement it with less units but the same zoning?
So through your worship, again, I'm not sure that characterizes my response. We went through, as you do when you develop plans, a number of iterations trying to develop a plan that fit the secondary plan, land use designations and policies. It wasn't explicitly trying to jam 200 units in there. It was trying to click it to the secondary plan without success. That was the end result. So here we are applying for an official plan and zoning amendment to attempt to make something work.
Yeah, but my question was, did you not look at the secondary plan and say, well, 200 units won't work, but you do less than 200? Or did you just say, forget the secondary plan, we'll just do our own plan?
No, through your worship, no, it wasn't just that. It was trying to put singles where the yellow is, trying to put apartments where the orange in the north is, and trying to come up with townhouses in the south, given the need for a stormwater management pond.
Do you think that with less than 200 units in there, you could make it work?
Through your worship, no, I don't.
Okay.
So, Mr. Kernahan, you don't think it can work because of the economics? You couldn't stick with the secondary plan zonings, put in what's called for, because it won't economically work?
To the mayor, yes. I mean, obviously, if you came up with an inefficient development, you could put a number of townhouses in where townhouses are permitted, a number of singles where singles are permitted, and a number of apartment buildings where apartments are permitted. Certainly, that's a possibility, but I don't believe it would be good planning.
So there's really a couple of aspects to this secondary plan. One is what the public can expect in terms of what will go there in terms of the built form, and what you're focusing on, which is the number of units that can be put on the property. So there's two distinct issues, the built form and the number of units, correct?
Those are two issues, yes?
And you're focusing on the number of units, which is why I guess your client is requesting that this whole secondary, the aspect of the secondary plan that relates to this parcel of land be completely changed.
So again, our proposal is for a collection of a similar built form to what's currently permitted, albeit in a different configuration.
And in terms of the current permitted uses, which include assisted living house, nursing home, home for the aged, those are designed, I believe, to permit people to age in place. Is that your understanding?
That's true.
And with the stacked townhouses that you're proposing, would they have elevators or would they have stairs?
They could have either. It's not known at this time.
Right. In order to make it age-friendly, you'd have to have elevators, I would presume.
Certainly, yeah.
And the same thing with the apartment building that you're asking to be 4 stories as opposed to 3.
That's
That
correct.
will have to have
Yep.
an elevator.
True.
And so this development that your clients are putting forward, this could proceed without stacked townhouses or block townhouses, I presume.
The subdivision could be reconfigured to include just one apartment block in that location, and it could be developed exclusively for apartments, yes.
And that would more fit the image of what the neighborhood, the residents in the neighborhood have expected coming out of a secondary plan. Would it not?
Yeah, well, I guess we're here to hear that.
Well, you've already had an open house. I'm sure you've already heard that.
Well,
And you're hearing from the counselors
Yeah.
what their concerns are, which are reflective of what we're being advised by the residents.
So in fairness, I wouldn't characterize the input received from the public as being real welcoming of apartment units.
As being, I'm sorry?
Real welcoming of apartment units in general in this location.
Yeah, I appreciate that. In terms of the studies that have been submitted, there were issues of concern with respect to noise from the highway.
Yes.
And I thought I'd read someplace that there was some indication that trees or vegetation wouldn't be as effective in blocking out sound as a barrier of some sort.
That was the input we received from our noise consultant, yes.
All right. And of the main concerns that have been expressed in terms of Douglastown over the past at least couple of years, maybe a little longer, has been this third access. Is there any area on the land that your clients own where a third point of access could be created out of and into Douglastown?
Well, I mean, we're waiting to hear the results of the town study as much as anybody. We did do a preliminary investigation with the region and the MTO, who are the authority on the portion of Netherby Road that touches our development. And what we did here was that they would not entertain an access to Netherby Road via a public roadway. So the feedback we have to this point is that that's not a possibility.
Have you, in your work on this, taken a look at Douglastown and figured out where a third point of access might be fit into the picture?
To be honest with you, I have not, no.
Okay.
Other than entertaining a concept that Mr. Walsh and I worked on, that was the extent of our investigation. And that concept was via direct access to Netherby Road.
And can you just reiterate then the number of units and the housing type for this proposal? Is it 54 single-family dwellings?
So 54 single-family dwellings, 60 semi-dwellings. Again, the apartment units is approximate at 80. And condominium townhouses, again, approximate at 16. And street townhouses at 59.
So I didn't hear stacked townhouses in here. Is that in one of these categories?
That falls within the apartment units.
I see. So when you say apartment units, I shouldn't be thinking apartment building, 4 stories.
Our contemplation is that it would have been a mix of a building, likely, an apartment building with approximately 60 units, and a collection of stacked townhouses with probably in the neighborhood of 16.
I'm sorry, and the number of street townhouses you mentioned?
59.
59. Well, that's 269 units, I think, altogether. My numbers are 54, 60, 80, 16, and 59.
So 54, 16, 59, 80, and 16.
I'm sorry, you said 16, not 60.
Correct.
Okay, so that's 44 fewer, so it's 225.
25.
And what did you say the secondary plan was suggesting could be put on here?
So the suggestion was that 200 medium-density units, which would have been townhouses and apartments, not including singles or semis.
Right, okay, so this plan is still going to have more units than the secondary plan at 200?
Well, the secondary plan was specific to 200 medium density, not including the singles.
Which
So
you're saying can't be done?
within the areas designated medium density solely, yes.
And when your clients acquired this property, would they have been aware of the fact that it was about 200 units that were being suggested were possible? Or did they buy the land without really looking at the details of a secondary plan?
Your Worship, I can't answer that question. I can only assume they did their homework. I wasn't their consultant at the time, so I can't say for sure.
All right, so if there were fewer units in their proposal, fewer than 225, they could still very well match the total number that's in the secondary plan and maybe come somewhere within the uses permitted in the secondary plan zoning.
So again, the secondary plan contemplates 200, a total of 200 medium-density units plus some additional low-density units, presumably, since it's got both designations on the site. So I can only surmise that the secondary plan contemplates more than 200 units, given that the 200 units are exclusively medium-density.
And I believe one of the first questions, which was from Councillor Dubanow, had to do with affordability, and that's an issue that hasn't been addressed by your clients.
That's true.
I think they should. So you might want to take that back to them. Any other councillors? Thank you very much, Mr. Kernahan. I appreciate the time you've been up there. That takes us to those who wish to speak in support of the application other than the applicant. Is there anyone who wishes to address council? And I suppose, Madam Clerk, we should check with Mr. Patton to see if there's anyone.
Yes, if there's anyone in the chambers, and then we're finished with those, if there's anyone in the waiting room.
Mr. Patton, are you aware of anyone who wishes to address council in support of the application?
No, Your Worship, there is nobody in the waiting room and no attendees with their hands up.
Okay, well then you're in safe territory. Thank you. Okay, then at this point, we'll ask for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or raise questions. Mr. Hunter, you're nice and close to the microphone, so we'll start with you.
Thank you.
And we need your name and address for the record, please.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, councilors, staff, members of the public, my name is Greg Hunter. My address, 3735 Sussex Lane. I'm a lifelong resident of Fort Erie. I've lived here for 58 years. I've lived in Black Creek for 21 years. And I was a member of the people who volunteered to do the Douglastown secondary plan. I've got a presentation tonight that's broken into 5 sections. I've got a lot of information, so I have to speak quickly. We can always go back if you have questions. First, I'll talk about the ecology, then I'll talk about the traffic, the sewage, the noise barrier, and the storm water management pond and park. In 2018, this is what the property looked like. There was lots of trees and bushes for wildlife. April 27, 2020, the regional EIS scoping checklist, it said that there was potential for significant wildlife habitat. September 2021, this is what the property looked like. It's been cleared of trees and bushes. October 2021, when they did the ecology report, again, it said largely clear of woody vegetation. Does not appear to be significant habitat for species at risk birds on the subject property. Now, I don't know if anything illegal was done here, but it doesn't seem right to me that they would clear the land and then do the ecology report after the land is cleared. Why do we bother wasting our time and money doing these studies if we're just going to clear the land and always get the same answer? Now I'll talk about traffic. The Town of Fort Erie Subdivision Control Guidelines says that the more dense the development, the closer it should be to the perimeter of a neighborhood. For this particular proposal, the applicant is requesting to redesignate the entire subject property as medium-density residential. You can see in this map that the proposed higher density is near the middle of the neighborhood, so the residents will need to drive into the neighborhood, causing problems with traffic volume. This is a page from the traffic study that was done, and it looks like they've assumed 1 vehicle per unit and 1 trip per day. And that's not reality in the Black Creek, Douglastown neighborhood, because we live between 2 large population centers and we have to drive to get anywhere or anything. So pretty well every adult who lives in Black Creek has their own vehicle. And what I did one Sunday night was I just walked down my street and I counted the homes and I counted the vehicles, and I get 1.84 vehicles per home on average. So from this traffic study, you can basically double everything that it says there. My biggest concern is the intersection of Baker and Black Creek roads. As you know, there's only 2 roads in or out of Black Creek. So if the Spring Creek Estates gets approved, we could possibly see over 1,000 vehicles going down that section of Baker Road between Black Creek Road and Netherby Road. And there are homes on that section of road which have driveways where the residents will have to back out into that traffic. And to me, that looks like danger. And what I'm asking is that the town administration decide on the course of the 3rd access road before the Spring Creek Estates is approved. I'll talk about sewage. I don't know if you saw the article in the Niagara Falls Review on March 31st, 2022. Some of my neighbors have had raw sewage back up in their basements, and in the case of Chris and Mary Smith, it's happened twice. I spoke to Chris earlier, and he said to repair the damage for those 2 incidents is over $35,000. And to me, that's a significant problem. And every day when we build new homes, we're contributing, we're making that problem worse. One thing that I learned when I was doing research for this presentation is that the Niagara Region uses 275 liters of sewage per person per day, whereas the town of Fort Erie uses 320 liters per person per day. So if you use the different numbers to try and project sewage volumes, you get vastly different numbers. There's a 16% difference in those numbers, and in our case, I looked at our water bill, and we were around 308 liters per person per day, and we are pretty conservative with water, so I would tend to believe that the 320 liters per person per day is more applicable, and that's what I used for my calculations. You may know that we have currently Black Creek Signature subdivision is being built, and the Spring Creek Estates is being proposed. I took that sewage volume and I projected it to see what would happen when those subdivisions are completed to determine whether or not we need a new sewage pumping station. And you can see over in the right-hand column, the Black Creek Signature, when it's completed, that pumping station will be at 90.8% of its capacity, and that is on a dry day. When the rain falls, I'm sure it will be over 100, and certainly you can see with the Spring Creek Estates will be at 114. A question that's often asked is with regard to the capacity of the sewage lagoon. Does the sewage lagoon have enough capacity? And basically the capacity of the sewage lagoon comes down to what the Ministry of Environment says it is. And the operating certificate, which was issued the 15th of December 2000, says that the capacity is 2,289 cubic meters per day, which can flow into those lagoons. At the same time, the region is pumping 2.3 million cubic meters of treated sewage into the Niagara River. So it's a flow-through system, 2.3 million flow in, 2.3 million flow out. So just remember that number, 2.289 million liters per day. This is from the 2016 Niagara Region Wastewater Master Plan, and I believe that the region used an incorrect number when they did their master plan. You can see there it says 2.7 million liters per day, which is actually 18% more than the Ministry of Environment certificate. There's 3 sewage pumping stations which pump sewage into those lagoons. There's Douglastown, there's the Black Creek mobile homes, and there's Stevensville. And we have development either happening or proposed in all 3 of those areas. The region starts planning for expansion of capacity when an asset reaches 80%. The expansion must be completed before reaching 90%. In 2019, which was the last year before COVID, the sewage volume going into those lagoons was at 76%. So if we add Black Creek Signature, which is currently being built, when that's finished, we'll be at 85%, and when Spring Creek Estates is finished, we'll be at 92%. But population doesn't tell the whole story. If you look at the 2019 average daily flow, I divided that average daily flow by the population of 2,950, and I came up with 586 liters per person per day, which is quite a bit more than the 320 that the town uses. And I figure that the additional sewage is coming from the commercial establishments and the industrial facilities. We have Tim Hortons, we have Safari Niagara on Stevensville Road, we have 2 industrial facilities, I believe it's Winger Road. So everything is going into these sewage lagoons with a significant percentage coming from the commercial and industrial. And try to understand how much additional sewage is going into those lagoons. I took the 1,729 number from 2019 and I divided by 320 liters per person per day. So the commercial and industrial contributors are contributing the equivalent of 2,453 people. So the population of the people who live there every day is 2,950, and the additional from these other areas is about 2,453, which is pretty significant. I believe there's a disconnect between what the Niagara Region forecasts for population growth in our area and what the town of Fort Erie does in terms of approving subdivisions. You can see there that the 10-year forecast for population growth in our area is 795 people. And that is in a report from the region from April 6th of this year. If you look at the Black Creek Signature subdivision and add the Spring Creek Estates subdivision on top of it, we're already at 991 people. And we're way beyond, 10 years from now, we're going to be way beyond that 795 number. Some potential solutions for when the sewage lagoons exceed their capacity that I've seen. You could dig a 3rd lagoon, you could pump the sewage to Anger Avenue, or you could pump it to the new South Niagara Falls wastewater treatment plant. And I have 2 questions. Are any of these options practical and affordable? And when will the additional capacity be available? Now I'll talk about the noise barrier. Personally, I don't think these noise barriers are very attractive, particularly when they get painted with graffiti. And I hope that when or if this development gets built, it can be built without noise barriers. You can see from the sound study that was done, they actually predicted the noise values. They didn't measure anything. And whenever you predict something, you have to make assumptions. A couple of assumptions that they made. You'll see here, this is right from the sound study, the topography. It says flat, gentle slope, no barrier, and also the source height 1.94 meters. This is a photograph of what the site looks like, and you can see there's a car on the off-ramp there, and that off-ramp is probably 20 feet high or more. It's definitely not flat. I can't see the QEW from this vantage point, and when they did the sound study, they should have used a model more like this, which shows the difference in the cross-section. Definitely the source height is not 1.94 meters. It's probably 7 or 8 meters. These noise barriers, we've all seen them. Generally, the top of the noise barrier is above the vehicles, and a key point is the residents cannot see the traffic. From the Ontario Road Noise Analysis Method, for the purposes of assessing the noise impact, an obstacle may only be considered as a noise barrier when the obstacle breaks the line of sight between the source and the receiver. This is what's being proposed. In the draft plan of proposal, they're proposing building an 8.5-foot tall noise barrier at the base of a 21-foot tall embankment. So the noise from the off-ramp is going to go right into these homes which are built along there. So in my mind, this noise barrier is not effective and it's a waste of money. With regard to the stormwater management pond and park, the Fort Erie subdivision control guidelines say that the stormwater management pond must be a neighborhood feature. This facility will be integrated as a park area. This is an image of the stormwater management pond and park that we got with the River Trail Estates development, which I think is beautiful. And I think all stormwater management ponds in Fort Erie should look like this. It has a handicapped accessible path. There's park benches, there's a gazebo, there's a pond with trees and shrubs, and it's a gathering place for local residents. This is what's being proposed with the Spring Creek Estates stormwater management pond. There's no park, and it's at the extreme southern end of the development, so it's a long distance from the majority of people who live in the neighborhood. We all want the same thing. A neighborhood that people want to live in and enjoy every day. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. I appreciate the comments and the presentation. And Madam Clerk, make sure that gets circulated to members of council. Any members, any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Well, thank you, Mayor Redekop, to you, to Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter, thank you for all the all the work you put into this. Could you go back? I don't know the number because I couldn't read it. I think 19 or 20, the slide 19 or 20.
That one?
Nope. It's the one that has all the different amounts of sewage over the years, like 2019.
Okay.
That.
There we go. For the pumping station?
No. I think it's further down. Hang on, just that one. 20.
Okay.
I'm looking at it, and the average daily flow in 2019 is 1,729. And then obviously there's people that have moved in, and then they have the average flow for 2021 being about 200, like 1,552, which is about 200 less. Would that be attributed to like an improvement or a decrease in extraneous flow, or why? What would you anticipate that?
I would guess that is COVID. That's the effect of COVID. In 2020 and 2021, it decreased. And then, like I said, you've got these commercial establishments that are connected to here. So I don't know if Safari Niagara was open in 2020 or 2021. Definitely Tim Hortons was takeout only. So I don't know for sure, but that's what I would say. That's the effect of COVID. That's why it decreased.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That was my question. Thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. And Greg, thank you very much for your presentation. I don't know that I have any questions because you were pretty thorough.
Thank you.
But I'm just
Opportunity
wondering.
for questions, Councillor Lubberts, so you best have questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Thank you. Greg, did you have an opportunity to see or read the OMB report on the lagoon
I did not.
that was done years ago? No?
I did not.
All right.
But I can tell you, I did see the document from 1987 or whenever the sewage lagoon was first built, and the engineer who designed it, the company was Procter & Redfern, and they defined a capacity population of like 1,700. I actually have the paper at home. I just read it the other day. But I think what happened was, over time, with new methods and new understanding of how these lagoons work, they sort of rejigged the capacity in 2000 when they issued the new certificate. And I'm just assuming that's what happened, but it definitely, the capacity of that lagoon did change from day one to the year 2000.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And you did mention that you were part of the secondary plan focus group?
Yes. And can I just add a little bit on that?
Yeah, yeah.
With regard to the apartment building, the idea behind that was when people get too old to maintain their property, like when I don't want to cut my grass anymore, when I don't want to worry about maintaining my house, I want to go to an apartment, but I want to stay in Black Creek because I love the neighborhood. Right now, I don't have that option. So with Chris Miller and the whole group, we had that conversation, and I wanted to put that sort of a building at the corner of Baker and Netherby so that it would be a quick access in and out. But I lost that argument, and they decided to put the apartment building next to the church, which I didn't agree with, but that's what happened. And it's not intended as a nursing home. It's not intended as a nursing home. It's intended for older adults who no longer want to maintain their property but want to stay in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much. Getting into the process that you went through, was there any time during the process that anybody from staff mentioned that, look, guys, you know, we appreciate your efforts, but this isn't going to work? Was there any indication that this secondary plan wasn't feasible?
No, no,
No?
no.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Lubberts. Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. I appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council with respect to this? Please come forward to. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship.
Need your
Councillors.
name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Bruce Halliday. It's Halliday, and I live at 3590 River Trail, a resident in Black Creek for the past 12 years. I had 4 items that I wanted to address. One would be speaking, sorry, first I can say, Mr. Hunter, you're a hard act to follow. I just wanted to go over the vision that was in the secondary plan. Just as a reminder, the ideal Douglastown Black Creek is a peaceful bedroom community uniquely located for those who enjoy active outdoor and leisure lifestyles, including support for active transportation and walkable local commercial amenities, where homes are affordable, available for all ages, and where future development is compatible with its surroundings. In my opinion, the proposal is not compatible with the surroundings, with all of the changes that are being asked. It is a vision statement. It does not include that amendment for rezoning to medium density without following the same comprehensive consultation and community focus groups that were done prior to, for that 2016 report. And I would suggest that just on the developer's word is not enough, that we would have to enter into some more focus groups and consultation. I'm seeing that it was a 2-year process at least to go for that paper to be put together. So my question, I guess, would be is if the application is being put to the same tests and measures as the secondary plan when it was developed. The next item was the report that was prepared by Upper Canada Consultant speaks to the sanitary servicing, and I know we just got a lot of information on it, and it's education for everyone here, including myself. But the consultants do speak to the two sewer delivery lines that go one down Westbrook and one down Lawrence Avenue, but both ultimately end at the Douglastown sewage pumping station on River Trail. The recent flooding that was discussed, it resulted in sewage backing into several homes in Black Creek. These events are happening during weather events with high water levels in the in Lake Erie, forcing the water levels in Niagara River and in Black Creek to rise, and potentially causing this issue where the homes are being flooded. The comment on the report from Upper Canada Consultants summarizes their belief in the existing wastewater management, that it is, and I'll quote, it is expected to be adequate. And I don't feel that that's enough, that in their opinion, it's expected to be adequate. And I'm wondering what would happen if it's not adequate, those costs now are going to be bared by taxpayers and the residents will suffer from flooding. The Niagara Region's 2011 Master Servicing Plan, the AECOM study indicated that the pumping station lagoons had adequate capacity to 2031. But again, they weren't aware of this project with the requests to amendments for the density. And I think that a more recent report from the Niagara Region rather than 2011, if we could get a report from 2022 that would provide that information, that would be something we should be looking for. It also speaks to the report also speaks to the stormwater management and the receiving water course of Black Creek. In that report that was put in with the application, the report does not speak to the high water levels experienced in Lake Erie, Niagara River, and Black Creek during high water weather events. These events effectively cause the water to reverse into Black Creek and causes water levels to rise significantly. This in itself causes a potential risk of flooding in the proposed subdivision of Spring Creek Estates and to existing properties in close proximity to the retention pond. And as Councillor Noyes had mentioned earlier, there was a similar water course, and I'm directly affected by it, that was not followed. It's an open ditch, and it does flood on these high wind and weather events and causes flooding and damage to the adjacent properties. So it's something that needs to be looked at seriously so that we don't have that happening in this new development. Lastly, and this was just in my, I'm looking at Mr. Kernahan, and I was just curious if it was discussed or if it's been considered that there would be a conflict of interest, being that he was a town employee as recently as, I believe, 2020, and if council had those discussions or even considered it. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Halliday.
Thank you.
Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, to Bruce. Bruce, thank you for your presentation. When did the outlet at your house get put in? Do you know the year?
I believe it was in 2019.
And if I can continue, when it was first proposed and you looked at the site plan drawings, did it have an open ditch for the outlet?
No, so the site plan drawings in 2019 are the same as what I downloaded today on the town's website for Spring Creek Estates. And when I look at the overall view of the neighborhood, it shows the outlet for the retention pond is to be at Black Creek. So it would be piped underground as it is. It comes out of the retention pond now, comes through the park underground, underneath River Trail, and it probably comes in about 30 feet, 40 feet, somewhere in that range, and then it becomes an open ditch. And that next 80 to 90 feet is an open ditch, and that's where the flooding comes from. So the developer in that case potentially invited the water inland and has caused the creek in these high water and weather events that the water in Black Creek comes up over the sides of the new ditch and not coming from the creek.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop, and thank you very much for your presentation. Just a quick question. Were you on the focus group with the secondary plan as well?
No, sir, I wasn't.
No? Okay, thanks.
Any others? Thank you very much, Mr. Holliday.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Anyone else who wishes to speak in support, in opposition to the application, or ask questions of members of council? Yes, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Alan Palagato. I live on 3641 River Trail. Thank you for this time. I have a couple of things that the developer may want to consider is an entry off of Netherby, an entry only into the new subdivision. I know that might take away from his master plan of having more houses, but it would ease the traffic flow into Black Creek, but not so much of traffic flow leaving Black Creek.
Do you have a plan for that?
What's that?
Do you have a plan for that?
No, I don't.
Not too bad.
I don't even have a slideshow for that. Now, as far as the traffic study, the Rinaldi home development, that's not even occupied yet. So I don't know how they can get an accurate study as far as that goes at all. Is it just based on the construction workers leaving during the day, or is it not really sure about that study? I know that.
Yeah, that would be something that our planners can take a look at and perhaps articulate how the traffic flows.
I know. I also back on to what's the development right that South Shores, and we're having a hard time just nailing down a swale and the concerns that the swale is causing. I've been corresponding with Matt in the city, and there's issues with the swale. So what I'm concerned about is the pond or lagoon that they're building. That is to collect what water? The watershed off the properties?
Right.
So that one section I'm not sure about in the diagram where there's streets all the way around and then they come down Baker, all that watershed, will that be going on to the road?
Well, that I can't.
Okay, so that will be going on to the road because there's no way it can shed to the lagoon. So the storm sewer will have to pick up the brunt of that.
You're talking about surface water
The surface water, yes, that'll be shed from,
surface water from this plan presumably is supposed to be directed to the stormwater management pond
yes.
and then dealt with there.
And
It's not to be affecting extraneous properties.
Well, I can't see it according to their plan, how it's going to run to the lagoon when it's surrounded by streets. it's going to have to go into the sewer system, all the watershed,
Storm sewer system or the sanitary sewer?
the sanitary.
Well, that.
Or it's a storm, sorry, storm system.
Storm system. Okay, that's the plan. It goes into the storm system and then goes to the pond.
And then from the pond, we also have all the runoff off the highway and Netherby that goes into a ditch that runs into the creek also.
Okay, well, that's something staff can
There's a lot of different angles of water coming into Black Creek and coming onto that property that have to be taken away. And like I said, we can't even figure out a swale in our backyard. So this needs, I think it needs a further study, more in depth. And I'd like a question to my traffic study.
You have a question about the traffic study?
Well, yeah,
Well,
because
ask the question before we start shutting.
well, about the Rinaldi subdivision, if that was taken into account because it's not occupied at this point, was that traffic study done with full occupancy of all the developments that are in progress now?
Okay, so spelling of your last name?
Polegato.
Okay, and yes, so why don't we have the traffic engineer come up and he can respond to that. Did you have any other questions, Mr. Parlago?
Through you, Your Worship.
Your name for the record, please.
Adam Mildenberger.
Thank you.
I work with RV Anderson Associates Limited. To the gentleman's question, yes, so our projections for traffic in the area do include full build-out of any planned developments in the area. So that includes 2 developments that are ongoing, one off of Black Creek and another one on the north side of Baker. So we get those estimates. One of those developments had a completed traffic study already done by another consultant. So the town provided us that study to use and reference. And then one of the other developments that currently does not have a traffic study completed, we used traffic generation estimates based on the proposed unit count for those developments. And those are standard traffic generation rates we use. They're industry standards.
Okay, so you're up there. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much. Just to go back, you said that there was a development there that did a traffic study, right?
Yeah, in the past, there was a through you.
Okay, so
Mr.
my
Worship,
question
yes.
is, based on the traffic study, did anybody ever follow up to see how accurate that study was? If it's more or less?
Through you, Your Worship, not to my knowledge. RV Anderson, as part of our study, we have conducted in-field traffic counts during the course of this study, and we look at those counts and compare them to the number of units that are currently in the neighborhood to get an understanding if our trip generation estimates are in the general ballpark of what's happening today, and they are. They're in the highest would be approximately we typically look at the busiest hour of the day in the morning when people leave home to go to work, as well as look at the busiest hour in the afternoon when people are returning home after work. And based on the estimates we've used, they're in the range of about 1 vehicle per unit. It varies based on the type of unit, whether it's a townhouse or single-family detached or apartment or whatnot. But generally, that's what we're looking at.
Okay, thank you. And just out of curiosity, I guess, what do you do to quantify or qualify your findings in your studies? Do you ever go back to check to see how accurate you were?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. So generally, our process can be broken down into 3 or 4 main steps. So we do undertake field investigations of the area to get a feel for how traffic is operating in the community today. We undertake traffic counts to therefore quantify how it's operating, the level of volume today. And we undertake a traffic model using industry standard software to test it, to confirm how it's operating today. Then we develop traffic projections to see how volumes may grow into the future, and then retest our models using those projections to therefore reevaluate how the intersections in the area will operate and determine if geometric improvements are required at the intersections in order to maintain an acceptable level of service.
And what's considered acceptable as far as accuracy? Plus or minus 3, plus or minus 5, plus or minus 10%?
I don't have a level of accuracy, but as far as, through you, Your Worship, as far as what is considered acceptable, so there are typical guidelines for, for example, similar to some of the other discussions about capacity with regards to municipal servicing, we typically assume 85%. So for example, an intersection should not exceed 85% utilized, at which point that it's recommended that improvements be considered, or the level of delay that an average vehicle or motorist could experience during the busiest hour of the day. If delay were to exceed approximately 60 seconds, that would be a red flag that improvement measures are potentially warranted. Based on our modeling for today and in the future, after the proposed development is built out, the model indicates that we're not even close to those thresholds.
Okay, so I guess my next question would be then, based on your experience with this traffic studies that you have done, is it normal to be a lot lower than what you projected and sometimes a lot higher? Does that happen sometimes?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, it does. I would, based on my personal experience, my professional experience, that traffic volumes in this community, on this road network, on the town roads, are generally low. There is reserve capacity, and our modeling agrees with that. And we've also tested it on the MTO ramp facilities and the regional corridor on Netherby Road.
Okay. Now, did you do anything with the noise of the traffic as well?
Through you, Your Worship, no, we were not involved in anything related to noise.
Councillor Noyes, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Through you to Tam. Adam, how many units did you use for your traffic study? You said one per unit, so how many units? Like for the...
Through you, Your Worship, I'm just going to pull up my paper here so I get the numbers right. Okay, so we assumed 80 apartment stacked townhomes, 16 block townhomes, 59 street townhomes, 16 semi-detached, and 52 single-family detached homes. So
I get that, but I mean, that's what's being built. And when you do a traffic study, what about the existing traffic? How many units did you have for the houses that exist now?
through you, Your Worship, I don't have a count off the top of my papers here on how many homes are in the community. However, we have undertaken recent traffic counts in the neighborhood at the study intersections for the study. So we have captured the level of traffic passing through this community.
Okay. Is there not a formula, and you're the expert, I'm not. Is there not a formula that kind of determines, so you're not sitting there actually counting the cars, that you count the number of houses and you have an estimate of 1 car per unit or 1.5, whatever it is, and then you multiply that by the number of homes in the area? Is that not one of the ways to do a traffic study?
Through you, Your Worship, that is how we would estimate traffic to be generated by a proposed development. So if there's no homes today, we take the unit count and multiply it by a traffic generation rate, and that's how we estimate the level of traffic to be generated. We can use our in-field traffic counts today to understand how much traffic is being generated by the community. I think I see what you're getting at, and based on the results of our in-field counts, the level of traffic being generated by this community, again, I don't remember the exact number of homes that are in the community, but it is quite low when you look at the number of trips per household being generated. If I can just give you an example. Through you, Your Worship. So for example, at the intersection of Netherby Road at Baker Road, so that's a key choke point where a sizable proportion of traffic from the neighborhood would be expected to come in and out of during the morning and afternoon rush. So based on our in-field counts, these are not numbers that have been adjusted, but these are what were counted in the field. During the busiest hour in the morning, 94 vehicles were counted turning left from Baker Road onto Netherby Road to head towards the interchange. 2 were going straight across the intersection, and 1 was making a right to go north on Netherby Road. So you're looking at about 97 vehicles leaving the neighborhood just through Baker Road. Mind you, there are other access points, but when you look at the number of homes, again, I don't remember how much is there today, it's in the realm of 1 vehicle per unit or less.
Further to that, okay, when did you do your count? What time and what day? And what was the weather like?
Through you, Your Worship, the traffic counts were conducted in April 2022. They were conducted during the, we typically pick a few hours in the morning and a few hours in the afternoon, and the busiest hour in the morning was found to be between 8 and 9 a.m., and the busiest hour in the afternoon was found to be between approximately 4:45 p.m. and 5:45 p.m.
And how many days did you do the traffic?
Through you, Your Worship, we counted the 2 study intersections on 1 day.
And you said April 2022, but I don't know what day in April. What day of the week was it?
Through you, Your Worship, it would have been a weekday. Typically, we prefer Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. I don't have the date on the day of the week, but we could check on the phone. Yeah, I don't have that information, sorry.
Okay, so if I can continue, so you had 97 vehicles leaving throughout the entire 2 hour, like the 8 to 9 and the 4 to 5, or just 97 at 8 to 9 and then 97 at 4 to 5?
During the busiest hour in the morning, between 8 and 9 a.m., approximately 97 vehicles were leaving on Baker Road, and during the PM, when people were returning home, 103 were returning home. So we're in the realm of about 100 vehicles approximately.
Okay, if I can continue, okay, so that was the Netherby and Baker. What about Black Creek Road and Baker?
Through your worship, so like, is there specific movements or
Intersection.
There's
There's an intersection of Black Creek Road
Yes.
and Baker. Did you do a traffic count there?
Yes.
And what was that count?
So if I give you an example, I'll pick 2 key movements. So in the morning rush, people going from home to work, we had about 50 vehicles making the northbound left, 32 making the westbound through, and 14 making the southbound right. So you're at approximately about 100, give or take. And then during the PM rush coming home, we have approximately about 105, 110 vehicles returning back.
So again, we're looking at an hour in the morning, an hour at night, pretty much, right? So basically, if there's, obviously there's 60 minutes in an hour, well, it's hard to say that. I would imagine most people are probably between that 8 to 9. Could it have been, anyway, I'm not going to nitpick it because we will never know. But you don't find that 100 to 110 vehicles in a 1 hour period, a busy intersection?
Through your worship, no, those are fairly low volumes for the busiest hours of the day, representing the worst case scenario.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mildenberger. Councillor Zanko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just out of curiosity to the delegate, I know you've talked a lot about traffic counts, and my concern, not just for your traffic impact study, but all of the recent ones, how do you factor in that many people are working from home still? So during those peak hours and the rush morning hours, many individuals are not actually leaving their home. Do you factor that in?
Through you, Your Worship, for this study to take a conservative approach, we have not factored it in. So our traffic generation estimates for the proposed development could actually be higher than what in reality they may turn out to be, because of the whole issue of telecommuting, in a post-COVID world is a fairly new issue. A lot of research is still being done on the long-term impacts of that, but for this study, we have not considered that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lubberts, you had another question?
Yeah, just going back to the numbers. I think what I'm hearing is you did the traffic study between 8 and 9. And before I retired, I worked, and I started at 8. So I would have probably been picked up on your cameras between 7 and 8. Do you have a study between 7 and 9? I think most people go to work they start work at 8 or 9 o'clock.
Through you, Your Worship, so we typically count for about 2 to 3 hours. So in this case, I anticipate it was between 7 and 10 a.m. We look at the data, and then we only analyzed the worst hour, which was in this case between 8 and 9. But we would have data for a wider range of longer time period.
You provide that?
Yes.
Because I think it's important that we have the whole range, not just one.
Yeah, we can provide our raw data.
If there's 100 between 8 and 9, and there was 90 between 7 and 8, that's between 2, that's a 200 almost. And then you do your calculations with that number.
Through you, Your Worship, the industry standard and the practice on all municipalities in Niagara Region or across the province is we analyze the single busiest hour. So even if it was 100 in the busiest hour and 90 in the second busiest hour, it wouldn't impact the approach we're taking. We're still just looking at that busiest hour, and we run that through our models.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but with my experience as a councillor, we get studies from staff on a regular basis, and it's always based on say a 3-year average or a 5-year average. So I'm used to a 3-hour average. That would be something that I would be able to live with, not just a 1-hour average. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Mildenberger. So I'm going to go back. Hopefully you won't be called back again, but I'm going to go back. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council, either in opposition to the application or just to get clarification on any issues? Madam Clerk, can we ask Mr. Patton if there's anyone in the waiting room, in the digital waiting room? Oh, sorry, you had your hand up? Please come forward, sir.
Thank you. Ian McIver, 2895 Aerosmith Court. Just some numbers that we were talking about. Currently, I believe there's about 285 residences living right now in Black Creek. If you add the finish of South Shore, the new subdivision behind that, the Rinaldi's, and then the proposed subdivisions, you're adding another 330-something residences to that same intersection. So that's just a statement, not a question. Questions are, with all due respect, Mr. Hunter, we are. Several times now the developer has said he's not a builder, so there's no guarantee. Once a council approves the apartment buildings and the stacked townhomes, there is no guarantee of an age-in-place model or anything else. He can build it to who he wants, whether it's low income, whether it's not. My question is what is the benefit to the town and what's the benefit to the community? You're going to add 80 apartment buildings plus stacked town, 80 to 100 apartment buildings plus stacked condos, which become apartment buildings with no yards, no playgrounds, no ball fields, nowhere for, whether they're age in place or they are kids or low income, where are these people supposed to go to play, to walk their dogs or anything else? If there's no additional green space added, if there's no park added or ball fields added, I don't understand the benefit to the town, and I definitely don't understand the benefit to the community. I don't believe it fits in with the standard the community has built already. That's basically just my statement.
Thank you very much, sir. Before you go, Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And through you, just a quick question. If council exercised some discretion to perhaps put a holding provision or exercise the right to approve site plan control for that property where the apartment and the age in place discussion. Do you think that might help alleviate some of the concerns about the whole builder versus developer aspect? If we can retain some control to see what happens going forward, even if the wheels of this continue along?
Yeah, well, I definitely agree, and I echo what Mr. Councillor Lubberts has said. Lubberts, sorry, Lubberts. But you do need some control. People, we know there's going to be development. You're never going to stop development, and people understand that. But you want control. You want to know what's going in. You don't want to just approve a draft plan half-heartedly. 2 years of planning went into the first plan, and now it doesn't work. So all those committees, all those people that had input into the first plan, it didn't matter. Like now, so we're going to haphazardly agree to a new plan on the hope that he builds something. So I definitely think people just want to know what's going in, and that's the concern.
No, and if I may, Your Worship, I appreciate you bringing that forward. You raised a good point about the benefit to the community too, and I think that may help us be able to maintain some control and ensure that that benefit is there. So thank you very much for raising that point.
Before you go, any other members of council? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
So before we go to Zoom, is there anyone else in the council chamber that wishes to address council? Madam Clerk, could we ask Mr. Patton if there's anyone in the digital waiting room? Mr. Patton, is there anyone in the waiting room who wishes to address council?
No, Your Worship, there's nobody in the waiting room with hands up.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Clerk, did you have any additional correspondence that we received since the making of the report by anyone who hasn't addressed council this evening?
No, Your Worship, I have not.
Great. So I'm going to declare this public meeting closed. There is an information report on the agenda this evening which council will be reviewing. And then the process is, this is all taken back by staff. They'll have further dialogue with the developer, and eventually they'll make a report to council which will outline what their recommendations are, having taken into account everything that's been said by the public this evening and by what questions members of council have raised, and then we'll deal with that at some point in the future. So I'm going to declare this public meeting closed. Those of you who wish to stick around for us to deal with the information report, you may, or you may feel at liberty to leave right now if you wish. And then we're going to take a 10-minute break. Sorry, Ms. Kuhn, I know that you've been waiting there patiently. We're going to take a 10-minute break and we're going to come back and then we'll deal with the Kuhn application. Okay, we're back in session, and the next matter is a public meeting with respect to an application relative to property on Thunder Bay Road and, Windmill Point Road South, which also goes on to Thunder Bay. And it's the same process, so we will hear from a member of staff. In this case, it is Mr. Vanderveen, and he will provide us with background information. Same routine as before. The crowd is diminished. You were all here before, so you know what the routine is. And at some point, we will go to Mr. Patton to see if there's anyone in the digital waiting room. So at this stage of the game, greetings, Mr. Vanderveen.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop, members of council, any members of the public who may be in attendance or watching it on YouTube or Zoom. Just going to commence my presentation here. So this is the public meeting for the application for a combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 124 Windmill Point Road South. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information regarding the application, to obtain feedback from members of the public and council. This application seeks to permit future severance of parcels, of 2 parcels from the land from the subject property. The 2 parcels are intended for residential development. The 2 proposed lots will front on the Thunder Bay Road. An official plan amendment is required as the proposed lots do not meet the infill consent to sever policies of the official plan. A zoning bylaw amendment is required to permit reduced lot frontage for the retained parcel. Originally, the application also requested relief for reduced lot frontage and lot area for the 2 new lots. However, this is no longer needed. Following the town's 2022 housekeeping amendment to the zoning bylaw, clearing its appeal period, the 2 proposed lots now comply with the new zoning regulations in the rural RU zone for single detached dwellings as the principal use on a lot in the rural zone. Notification of the May 30th, 2022 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the May 5th, 2022 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property were mailed a notice of complete application and public meeting on May 9th, 2022. The subject property is located in the rural area of the town of Fort Erie, east of the Ridgeway Thunder Bay neighborhood. The property is also near the Lake Erie waterfront. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, Thunder Bay Road, wooded area and provincially significant wetlands. To the south, a large rural parcel with a single detached dwelling and single detached dwellings along the Lake Erie waterfront. To the east, provincially significant wetlands, wooded area, and single detached dwellings along the Lake Erie waterfront. To the west, provincially significant wetlands, wooded area, and single detached dwellings along Windmill Point Road South. This slide illustrates the application sketch for the proposal. 2 new lots are proposed with frontage on the Thunder Bay Road. These are Part 1 and Part 2 on the sketch. Part 1 has 68.96 meters of lot frontage and a lot area of 0.42 hectares. Part 2 has 52.91 meters of lot frontage and a lot area of 0.52 hectares. Part 3 is a through lot with an existing single detached dwelling on it that will remain. Part 3 has 20 meters of lot frontage along Thunder Bay Road and a lot area of 10.37 hectares. The town's official plan designates this property as rural in part, environmental conservation in part, and environmental protection in part. The proposed lots are located in an area of the subject property that is designated rural and environmental conservation. An official plan amendment is required as the proposal does not meet all the policies of the official plan regarding consent to sever in rural areas. Severing in an area designated as rural is permitted if the new lot is consistent with the infilling lot criteria found under section 4.63 of the official plan. In particular, this proposal does not meet the infill policies as 2 new lots are being proposed and the distance of the proposed new lots between existing dwellings and or natural heritage features is greater than 90 meters. Schedule C of the official plan identifies portions of the subject property to be provincially significant wetlands. significant natural area, woodlands over 2 hectares, an environmental corridor. An environmental impact study was completed as part of this application and resulted in the current parcel configuration. The proposed lots are located outside of any natural heritage features on site and provincially significant wetlands. The lots also maintain a 10-meter buffer from significant woodlands and a 30-meter buffer from provincially significant wetlands on Part 3. Both Niagara Region and the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority have commented that they are satisfied with the EIS. The environmental conservation and environmental protection designations will remain unchanged on the remnant portion of the subject property. The lands are currently zoned rural RU zone in part, environmental conservation EC overlay zone in part, and environmental protection EP zone in part. A zoning bylaw amendment application was submitted to permit creation of the 2 new residential lots. At the time of submission, they were deficient in lot frontage and lot area in relation to the base rural RU zone regulations. The 2 proposed lots now comply with the rural RU zone regulations following the recent housekeeping amendment to the zoning bylaw coming into force in effect. Part 1 proposes lot frontage of 68.96 meters and a lot area of 0.42 hectares. Part 2 proposes lot frontage of 52.91 meters and a lot area of 0.52 hectares. Part 3 proposes lot frontage of 20 meters and a lot area of 10.37 hectares. The new RU zoning regulations permit parcels with a minimum lot frontage of 46 meters and a minimum lot area of 0.4 hectares, provided a hydrogeological study is undertaken that demonstrates that a private septic system can be achieved on a lot with less than 1 hectare of lot area. A hydro-G study was completed as part of this application that concluded that Part 1 and Part 2 are of sufficient size to accommodate private septic systems. Part 3 has an existing septic system for the existing dwelling. A site-specific rural RU zone is required for a retained lot, Part 3, to permit reduced lot frontage of 20 meters. This is looking east into the main entrance of the property of 124 Windmill Point Road South. That's the main access driveway to the existing dwelling. This is looking southwest into the property from Thunder Bay Road. This would be roughly the area where the new lots will be created. And this is looking south into the property from Thunder Bay Road into the same area. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop and Mr. Van der Veen. Thank you very much. When I looked through the report, I didn't see anything from the Environmental Advisory Committee.
Yes, this will be circulated for them for comment.
Pardon me?
That we will be circulating this proposal to them for comment because they are proposing to remove the EC from the 2 proposed lots.
Yes, and I'm just wondering why do you do it later than when you go to the region and everybody else? I see they got their comments, and then when you show the environmental protected areas, but you haven't consulted with is there any reason why you don't consult first before?
Yeah, typically we have to factor in a site visit by our Environmental Advisory Committee, so we will be looking for those comments from them and the site visit to confirm that they agree with removal of the EC overlay zone, and we'll have that information prior to bringing back a recommendation report to council.
Yes, but you bring forward a report for us tonight to approve, for information obviously, but I would prefer that if I approve a report, I approve the report based on everybody's comments, especially if you're going to bring forward Environmental Advisory Committee. I think they should be included in the beginning and not be brought in the tail end.
Yeah, through Councillor Mayor Redekop to the Councillor Lubberts, noted.
Any other members of council? Mr. Van der Veen, I'm not quite understanding why Part 3, which is the retained lot, needs an amendment for reduced lot frontage when the property clearly fronts on Windmill Point Road, and that's where the address is, that's where the driveway is. That just happens to be a part that's on Thunder Bay Road.
Yeah, to Mayor Redekop, fair point. It is a through lot technically with multiple frontages on Windmill Point Road South and Thunder Bay Road. I think the thought was the frontage on Thunder Bay Road is the smallest of the three frontages, and it's the smallest decrease from the 46 meters, now permitted under the rural RU zone regulations. So
I just question why that would be referred to as frontage, because it's really flankage for the remnant parcel. In any event, that's nitpicking, which I don't intend to do. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much, sir.
thank you.
Then we'll go to the proponent, whom I understand has an agent, Mr. White. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks very much for your time. I'm here on behalf of Susan Smythe, who had another engagement and was not able to make. Mr. Vanderveen's done a very good job in hitting all of the factual points about the project, which will allow me to go through things a little more quickly. I'd like to introduce you to Katie Kuhn. You could stay there, thanks. She is a local resident, not a big-time developer by any means. Our kids went to school together and, definitely not here to become the millionaire and hit the road and run, but here to make a better place. She lives in that single detached dwelling on that property, and does not intend to do anything that is going to inhibit her ability to enjoy that. So I also want to, as I'm here on behalf of Susan Smythe, but to also let you know I am very familiar with this project. I have worked on it in the past and am quite familiar with it, and want to congratulate Ms. Kuhn for the patience of Job for having stuck this out for about 6 years so far, with significant environmental studies that have been conducted, many of which Councillor Noyes has mentioned earlier. The 3-season study, the bat studies for the dead trees with nesting spaces, acoustic bat studies, wetland delineations, and originally had proposed 3 parcels, 1 additional new parcel also on Windmill Point Road, which has since been removed following the recommendations of the biologists. So she's been working on this for 6 years. Can we throw the presentation up on the screen? Thanks. Okay. Okay. That's it. Where are we? Oops. Is this just, oh, this is the PDF. Okay, sorry. This one. $124. Right. The one with the P. There we go. Slideshow from the beginning. Okay, so this is basically focuses in. We've got a better picture of this as we're coming up, and we'll get to that after and get into the details of it. But here is the overview of the property on the aerial and the surrounding land uses. Basically, your high point takeaway from this, there is a single detached dwelling on 11.5 hectares or 28.5 acres. This is a sparsely developed area. Putting 2 additional units out of this parcel is by no means going to be altering the character of the community by any means, in my opinion. With regard to the proposed development, I think I'd just really like to focus on the table and the graphics here. If you look at the picture on the right, your dark green, that is the provincially significant wetland that was identified during the environmental studies, the majority of which is off of the parcel. The blue line surrounding that is your 30-meter buffer. No aspect of this development is going to be impacting either of those, and that has been recognized by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, and everybody who has reviewed this has signed off on it. The lighter green color is the environmental conservation overlay equivalent. That's the significant woodland. And you'll notice that as part of this study, they were perfectly comfortable not designating the front portion on Thunder Bay as significant woodland. And the region has also signed off on that fact. If you look at the picture in the bottom left, was similar to the one that Mr. Vanderveen had posted. The majority of the vegetation in this area fronting right on Thunder Bay is successional scrub shrub, not mature forest, as is present further south and to the east in the PSW and other inland areas of this property. And within the table, I think the most significant fact that comes out of this is nearly 92% of this site is going to continue to be environmental protection, wetland, or environmental conservation overlay for this entire parcel. So that's a significant amount of this parcel that's going to remain undeveloped for wildlife and other public benefits. So the bottom right-hand corner of this shows really the development portion of it, right fronting on Thunder Bay. What we see here, part one, is an individual single detached dwelling with septic system. So you can see sort of the house just above the word part one. There's a typical house. Your pink representing where a septic system could go. This has been reviewed by everybody and everybody is comfortable with it. This is the region who reviews and approves septic systems, Ministry of Natural Resources, and NPCA with regard to the significant woodlands and wetlands as well. So we've got part one being the single detached. It's an odd shape, very intentionally. Part two goes back as far as it does and has that width to avoid another buffer, the buffer of the lighter green color, the environmental conservation overlay or the significant woodland. So we've intentionally, and that's got I believe it was a 15-meter buffer to that. So we've intentionally avoided both of these heritage features as part of this property and limited it to just part one and part two, those two new lots for single detached dwellings. There's a little bit of land, that small swath of about 20 meters in width, that is a wildlife corridor that was specifically designed by the biologist, determined to be at that location, is the best location to be. I far would have preferred that it not be there because it would have made my life a lot easier and we wouldn't have been here for an official plan amendment because I could have just as easily moved part one right over to the west end, had the buffer go through the middle and had part two on the other end, then we would have had infill lots. We would have complied because we would have been less than 90 meters between existing dwelling and a natural heritage feature being this wildlife corridor. However, we're faced with the dilemma of do we do what the biologist tells us to do and get the official plan amendment, or do we do what's easiest for us and just throw it out there. But we've elected to be here before you today to pursue this official plan amendment so that we can pursue, as you'd pointed out, a deficient frontage is the concern here. And this wildlife corridor also does provide a bit of an additional buffer to the residence that is to the west and is quite visible from there. Had we put the house right beside it, it would have been a little closer. So it provides a little better privacy. So this is an interesting and now somewhat outdated table after last month's decision and the housekeeping amendment that has been passed. The first two things whereby we would have required zoning bylaw amendments, the minimum lot frontage, which was 95 meters, is now 46 meters within the rural area, so that we will comply with both of those new lots, part one and part two, will comply with that minimum frontage requirement. And the lot area right below that was 6 hectares, which is now allowed to be 1 hectare or 0.4 hectares if you have a hydrogeological study which can demonstrate that a septic can work on this property, which we have got. So we need 0.4 hectares. We exceed that for both of that. We will not need zoning bylaw amendments for anything with the exception of that deficient frontage of the 20 meters on Thunder Bay Road, which Mr. Mayor had astutely pointed out. We've got frontage on 2 different roads at 3 different locations. It could have quite easily complied with this if it had been construed in a different way, but the definition is very specific, that the front yard is the one with the shortest frontage. So unfortunately, in this case, it puts us in the position of requiring a zoning bylaw amendment in order to provide that wildlife corridor. So as I previously mentioned, Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, the region, and the NPCA have all reviewed this and signed off on the environmental reports that have been done over the last 6 years, and provided mitigation recommendations, including that wildlife corridor. And our Natural Resource Solutions, Inc., NRSI, has been working on this for a considerable amount of time. We've had the same team on this project. They're very familiar with the property and have done as much as is reasonably possible there. It is mentioned here that, in our opinion, that the proposed 2 new lots are consistent with the provincial policy statement and the growth plan, in part because they maintain diversity and connectivity to the natural heritage system and the long-term ecological and hydrologic functions of natural features. So maintaining this corridor, reserving the majority of the property as a significant woodlot, is preserving that really in the future. There's not a subdivision ever going to happen on this property, at least not in our lifetimes. It is consistent with the region's policy, their official plan for infilling, and is generally consistent with the town's official plan as well. We've had a limited amount of correspondence at the open house and written correspondence since then. I think we've got 2 pieces of correspondence that came in the last hour on Friday, both of which we haven't given some consideration to. One primarily focused on concern over the loss of wildlife habitat. They basically said, make sure that you do an environmental assessment, look hard at this, make sure you're not doing any damage. I would certainly put out there that 6 years of study and maintaining a wildlife corridor and 92% of our property continuing to be undeveloped is an ecological approach to take with regard to this. And there was a comment as well about an individual had some concerns about last year, their backyard being relatively poorly drained and soft and spongy, but I can attest to the fact that that's the case for just about all of us. Last year, that was certainly an anomaly, although one thing that I know staff has passed on to this individual, that prior to any development occurring or any construction occurring on the property, that the grading plan will have to be prepared by professional engineers, submitted and reviewed by the town to minimize the potential for any adverse stormwater impacts off-site and onto any off-site parcels. And also I reiterate too that the coons live on this property. They don't want to do anything that's going to be, deleterious to the future, and they're going to be here for a while. So there's no reason that they're not doing the right thing. Basically, following official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, we would pursue consent through the Committee of Adjustment, after which we would pursue a building permit and construction plan, which would include that grading plan as well. And that ends the presentation. Welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. Any members? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. White, thank you very much for your presentation and your thoroughness as always when you present to us. I'm trying to understand this. Am I correct from what I heard that the entire reason why you require an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment is to maintain that wildlife buffer that has been, or not the buffer rather, but the connection from Thunder Bay Road? Is that the reason why you're here, is to maintain that?
Primarily, yes, but I couldn't put Katie through 6 years of environmental studies and tell her we can just go ahead and start building.
This is certainly a first for me, and I appreciate the answer. Thank you very much.
Any other members of council? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop, and Lee, thank you very much for coming forward. Getting back to the Environmental Advisory Committee, Obviously, you haven't had any communications with them yet, and I sit on the advisory committee, so I'm not speaking on their behalf or anything, but they may require an EIS because of the designation of the properties. Did your client have any problems with doing an environmental impact study?
Already done.
It's already done?
Yep.
And you would have no problems following any other recommendations from EAC as far as like tree planting or any other additional buffers or anything?
I can't say that I wouldn't have any problems with any conditions, but if there's reasonable conditions that don't preclude our ability to build 2 houses and create 2 lots.
Yeah, I don't
yes,
think it
sir.
would,
Yeah.
I don't think it would bother the building of the houses, but it would just be like a tree planting plan, just to show, you know, what they're putting, make sure that they're native to the area and non-invasive and then so on and so forth. I'm sure you're familiar with them.
Yeah, well, it may sound like a little bit of a broken record, but Katie's not a builder herself either.
Yeah, I get
and
that,
may
yeah.
not have full control over what happens afterwards, but certainly open to suggestions.
Yeah, it just makes it difficult that the EAC wasn't consulted in the first place. They should have been, in the beginning of the process, they should have been, then we would have this tonight. We would already have their comments.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we don't have them. We'll get them at a later date. But can you bring up your schedule? The last slide that you had, it showed the schedule, tonight's meeting, and then so, yeah, okay, over here on the left-hand side, council meeting to be determined, discussion on outstanding comments or issues. So I just want to make sure that we get Environmental Advisory Committee before this meeting takes place.
Councillor Lubberts, that council meeting that's referred to that you've just mentioned, that would be the recommendation report. Prior to the time we get there, I believe Mr. Vanderveen has indicated that EAC will be consulted on this.
Yeah, and you're okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Any other councillors? Thank you very much, Mr. White.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask if there's anyone who wishes to address council in support of the application, obviously other than the applicant. And I don't see anyone in the audience here that's left. So perhaps we'll ask Mr. Patton if there's anyone waiting in the digital waiting room. Mr. Patton, is there anyone waiting to address council in support of the application?
No, Your Worship, there's currently nobody in the waiting room.
Before you go, let me ask if there's anyone in the waiting room that looks like they want to address council in opposition to the application or to ask questions.
No, Your Worship, there are 0 attendees in the waiting room.
Okay, so you're kind of like the Maytag washing machine man.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to, since there's no one who wishes to speak in support other than the applicant, I'll ask if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to address council in opposition to the application or to address council to ask or raise any questions. There being none, Madam Clerk, has there been any correspondence that we've received since the report was prepared?
Yes, Your Worship, I received one piece of correspondence this afternoon from Karen Woodruff, which we will attach to the minutes.
And that was a concern, I think, about the wildlife?
Yes, Your Worship, that's correct.
Thank you. There being no further input to this public meeting, I'm going to declare it closed. So we do have an information report later on the agenda, Ms. Kuhn, and that will simply move the process forward if it's approved by council. Before we go to consent items, Councillor Butler, you had a conflict you wish to declare.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Item number on the agenda is 11 with respect to PDS 36-2022, 3285 Thunder Bay Road, Westwind Shores Development, as my company does business with one of the owners of Westwind Development.
and Councillor McDermott will be handling that resolution. Okay, then that takes us to no, sorry, this is a regular council meeting. The regional councillor is not here. There are no presentations and delegations. So that does take us to the consent agenda. And Councillor Lubberts, we're going to deal with the consent agenda unless there's anyone that wishes to remove anything else other than item 10.4, which is report CAO dash 08-2022, which needs to come out of the consent agenda. So if there aren't anything, Councillor Lubberts, could you proceed with the consent agenda items except...
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that council approves the consent agenda items as recommended, except for item 10.4, CAO 08-2022.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments then with respect to any of the reports? Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Noyes.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick comment under correspondence from the City of Niagara Falls regarding border travel and ArriveCan. There's some excellent information from the public bridge authorities in the region that outline the impacts that we're seeing and the effect that this is having on cross-border tourism and economic activity. I touched on some of that later this evening with my own motion, but I do support this. I think it's very important that we get almost a united front together among border municipalities and all municipalities that benefit from tourism and cross-border economic activity to start conveying just the impact that this is having. So I'm glad Niagara Falls is here. We're hopefully going to do it ourselves later tonight. And hopefully we have some officials who listen and hear the concerns and what this is doing. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. A few. First, the CBBIA meeting, April 5th, they were talking about closing Derby Road for the weekends during the summer, and I'm just wondering if that was discussed with the town infrastructure or traffic.
That I don't know. Mr. Walsh, has there been discussion between you and the Ridgeway, or the Crystal Beach BIA regarding the closure of Derby Road?
Mayor, we have, they apply to the town through our Economic Development Division, and the plans get circulated to all affected departments for input, so we're okay with it.
Thank you. So I'm assuming then that you're okay with closing Derby Road every weekend, that's fine? Yeah. Okay. My next question is on the same one. You talked about them not being able to have a liquor license themselves because of timing, I guess, and something that the town required, but that they're now looking to outsource their liquor license for their supper market. Do we have any more information on that?
Yeah, what's happened is the municipality's insurer has indicated that they would need a liquor license by the applicant. They can't, or they'd have to have additional insurance. So the Crystal Beach BIA, in order to avoid having to pay the insurance that would be required for a liquor license, is now looking at some of the providers who are already at the supper market to utilize their insurance for the liquor licenses. And they'll use that if they can on other events as well. I mean, it's a business improvement area. A number of the businesses are restaurants and they have liquor licenses. So as long as they have the insurance, that's acceptable to the municipality. This kind of came up late in the game, and it was similar to the other issue that we were just alerted to that had an impact on the business improvement areas. And I can't remember which it was, but we passed a resolution to deal with that one before. So this is in hand, but it's something that came up at the last minute and relates to insurance.
Okay, I'm fine with them. Just wondering where the history of all that. So that's that. The next one was report number CAO 08-2022, the purchase of the pool for E.J. Freeland Communities.
That's not on the floor yet.
Oh, it's not on the floor yet. Okay. And that's all I have on the consent agenda.
Okay, anyone else? If not, then I'm going to call the question on the items in the consent agenda, except for CAO 08-2022. All those in favor? That is unanimous. And could I hand the chair then to you, Councillor McDermott, to ask Councillor Lubberts to deal with report CAO 08-2022 in the consent agenda? But
Yes.
you won't be able to second the motion. You'll have to have another seconder.
Yeah, I'll get one.
Okay.
Okay, so are there any comments or questions about CAO 08-2022?
I need to put it on the floor, I think, first, right?
It's already on the floor, isn't it? We'll put it on the floor.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Moved by myself, and I'll need a seconder, seconded by Councillor Noyes. That council approves the consent agenda item 10.4 CAO 08-2022, purchase of a pool lift for the E.J. Freeland Community Center.
Comments or questions? Councillor Noyes?
I think this is a wonderful thing, and I'm hoping that council will approve it. And I want to give special thanks to Lori, who did a ton of research looking at the different possible pool lifts and going around and getting what she thought would be the best. As a user herself, she'll be. Then I just want to thank her. But again, we talk about aging in place. We talk about an increase in physical activity, and swimming is one of the best. Is a great physical activity. I won't say it's the best, but it's an excellent one. And this will allow a lot of people with mobility problems to access the pool. I know we have that ramp, but it's not the same thing. A lot of people are really hesitant to use the ramp, and they're in the chair. To use that, if you can't walk, you have to kind of sit in the chair and kind of pull yourself down, and then you kind of become buoyant, and it's not the best thing. It's great if you're walking, hanging under the railing, but this will be a huge asset to our aging population. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No questions, but I'm just wondering if I'm going to assume that this will be approved tonight. And does staff have any idea of when this lift will be installed and functioning?
Mr. CAO?
Thank you, through the chair. The bid price that we got is time limited, so the contractor is aware that if approved by council, we would be ready to move forward as early as possible. So it probably will be happening as soon as we can get the contractor on site.
Anyone else? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. That then takes us to reports, and Councillor Dubanow, you have a resolution with respect to the minutes of the February 10th Land Committee meeting.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott. This is regarding CAO 03 as well as LC 04 2022. It was the land matters from the Land Committee minutes of February 10th, 2022 regarding 4152 Erie Road. Council carried a motion to reconsider the approval of the following: that Council approves recommendation number 1 contained in Appendix 2 to report number CAO 03 LC 04 2022, and that the Land Committee denies the owner's request for a further 6-month extension for the town's right to reconveyance. And my understanding is, since we carried the motion to reconsider, that we have a next step that we have to move on to, Your Worship.
We do, and Councillor McDermott, I believe you have the resolution that we would go to next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow. The council directs the town solicitor to prepare a supplemental agreement to extend the effective date of the town's right to reconveyance of the property known as 4152 Erie Road, Crystal Beach, in accordance with the terms and conditions agreed to by the town and the owner of said property.
Are there any questions or comments with respect to that? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to the next report, and Councillor Dubanow, I understand that you now have that resolution.
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Zanko that Council receives for information purposes report number PDS 34-2022 regarding a proposed draft plan of subdivision and combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 0-17482 and 0-17484 Black Creek Road. And that's regarding the Spring Creeks Estate subdivision, Your Worship.
Anyone like to address the report? Councillor Noyes?
You're looking at me. Yes, I think this report has, there's a lot of what-ifs and questions that I think we need answered. I will probably at some point make a motion to table it until we have the reports, and the reports I'm thinking about are the wastewater update in regard to capacity. We're also waiting for a report regarding the recent sewer backups in Black Creek, the cause effect and next steps. Also the third egress or access. We're still waiting for that report. And also I think the design for the stormwater management outlet needs to be nailed down, because I think that's going to be problematic. So I'm not going to repeat everything I said earlier, but I am very concerned that the way that the land was cleared, they purchase it, they clear it, and then they get then there's no need to do the EIS because everything's been removed. And again, this council has dealt with a number of issues in regard to a butternut tree, in regards to Fowler's toad, and in regards to the red-headed woodpecker. We don't know what that property, what the environmental impact study would have done if it was done before it was cleared. And I have a problem with them clearing the land, and then when there's already something, a checklist already created to say, okay, these are our concerns, and whether they knew about it, whether they didn't know about it, they should have asked. So I have a major problem with that. In regards to all the amendments that they want, I think we have to look at the density fairly carefully. I mean, I know he said it's not, that the secondary plan is not implementable, but I think it's perhaps not cost effective. I think there's enough room in there. It says from 17 to 50, I think. Homes for medium density doesn't mean you have to go to the maximum. It means you have 17 to 50 units that you can build in those areas. To say that you can't, in some places 17 may be ideal. In other places, maybe you could fit the 50, but I mean, there's definitely room for movement in that. It's one of these things that I think should have perhaps had more information before they came here. I'm understanding that the stormwater management pond, they haven't even decided whether they're going to make it environmentally friendly in regards to the neighborhood itself, like an asset, or if they're just going to, chain link it. And that came up months ago, that we discussed that, and the fact that they haven't really reviewed that and haven't come up with an answer to that. I'm surprised because, again, it came up, I think we talked in February or March, that would be a main concern, and also council's direction that the stormwater management pond should be an asset, not an eyesore. And I think I think they're leaning towards the eyesore because they need to give up property to do that. Well, and then on the other hand, they're asking for a 30-meter setback to be changed to 12 meters. So, it's kind of like give me, but they don't want to give us anything. So I'm not in favor of this at this point, but I know it's for information purposes only. So we need to kind of move forward and get some of the answers to our questions. The other thing too is that the Niagara Region's 2016 Master Servicing Plan, I spent hours on it today. Some of the information just doesn't make any sense at all. And a good example is that the leisure homes, the Black Creek leisure homes, that in 2014, okay, that's when they took all the stats, there was 285 people. In 2041, there's going to be one less. I don't get it. Currently, those leisure homes have 379 units, and if you have 1.5 people in those units, you're looking at, what, about 600 people? instead of the -1 instead of 285, how they get from, I don't know how they get their numbers. The numbers don't match in regards to the development that has occurred. They don't match in regards to the numbers that they're talking about in regards to capacity. I think they're thinking that from 2014, Douglastown is going to go from 1,445 people to 2,477, an increase of 1,032. Well, I think we're there already. If we're not there, we're pretty close to it, and that's before this development. And again, the capacity for the lagoon, I know that the leisure homes have nothing to do with the pumping station in Black Creek because they have their own, but it does have to do with the lagoon. And the lagoon, if you, again, look at the studies and stuff, it's something like at 71% of capacity already. And this is supposed to go on until 2041. I do understand from Mr. Walsh that they are actually updating it now. They're in the process, and it takes a few years to get the new stats and things like that. But again, at this point, I don't think we have enough information about capacity for the lagoon, capacity for the pumping station, the design outlet, the access, and other things. But anyway, I'll let others speak.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I won't rehash some of the points that Councillor Noyes brought up with regard to the third access and the stormwater management pond. I trust she relayed those appropriately to staff, and hopefully we can get some answers on that when it comes up to a recommendation report. My concern was related to the individual who was the last to speak regarding the type of high-density component, whether it's a seniors facility or something along those lines, and some concern with what Mr. Kernahan had said earlier, that this was being done, and it's been done elsewhere in town, but that it's an application by a developer with the intent to then parcel off the individual my apologies, to sell off the individual parcels to interested parties to construct. And my concern is if this does get approved, particularly with the high density component on the north side of the site, we can go into this with the intent and the assumption that we'd have a 3 or 4 floor seniors building there. And I think my perspective, if you're asking for increased density, it should be something that benefits the community. And I think the core housing need for seniors in this community speaks for itself. We do need those type of buildings. My concern would be that if we assume that that's what we're going to get and we approve this, but we don't have anything set in stone that that's what it's to be, market conditions change, property gets sold, they're approved for a 4-floor building, and then it turns into a 4-floor condominium with units that sell for $750,000 when that's not what we thought we were getting into, and I'm very concerned about that. And I'm hoping staff can look into perhaps tightening that up a little better, whether it's under a holding provision that would have to come back to council once there is something actually proposed on those parcels, whether it's a site plan that returns back to council for approval, just something so that we know what we're getting into with those high density parcels to the north. There may definitely be a benefit to the Stevensville community and Fort Erie as a whole to increase the type of housing necessary to address our core housing need, but without having those assurances and what we, and what I heard today was concerning, I really think we need to tighten that up. And if something is sold, I would hope it would come back to council to look at despite whatever approvals we have. Holding provision, site plan reverting back to council, whatever it is, I'll leave that with staff. But I hope that's something they can include in the recommendation report, because I understand the rest of the subdivision. I think we need to deal with the third access before we proceed, but those high density units are definitely a concern for me, and I think we need to tighten that up. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. I'm just going to say, I just can't believe that Upper Canada consultants would insult our staff and insult the region and insult the province by saying you approved a plan that you can't even implement. I mean, we rely on our staff, and they're, the professionals in the field, along with the professionals in the field at the region, as well as the province. And then, I mean, Mr. Kernahan admitted that the owner of the property is not a builder, but he seems to know better than the province and the region and our staff on how to put together a secondary plan. I find that insulting. I don't know about anybody else, but I do. And I think they need to go back to the drawing board and draw up a whole new plan. And as far as your stormwater management, did anybody have any discussion with them about the feasibility of underground pipes? I mean, we made the people over at the Fort Erie International Academy do it. The guy on Rebstock Road, he wants to do underground pipe. It gets costly, but not only is he putting underground pipe in Rebstock Road, he's putting a sewer line all the way from Rebstock Road to the sewer station in Crystal Beach. So they want the town of Fort Erie to make every concession feasible so that they can put this project together, and they haven't proven to me that their plan is better than the secondary plan. And if the secondary plan can't be implemented, they need to show me how their plan can be implemented. And then take that to the region and take that to the province as well, because I'm sure that there's going to be some conflict between them. And I can't even approve this for information. I'm not voting in favor of it for information, and I hope that staff tells them to come back with a completely different plan.
Any other councillors? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of things. I don't necessarily agree with the type of development that's being proposed. I don't personally don't like the stacked townhouses, but I did feel that I needed to comment because I know that Mr. Kernahan has always had a positive reputation within the town of Fort Erie as an employee here, and certainly that goes out to his professionalism outside of the town and where he's working with Upper Canada Springs. I don't think that Councillor Lubberts is correct in that he was trying to insult people at the different arenas here. I think that he was just trying to point out that it doesn't necessarily work all the time and it's not fluid. And I think that those were his points. I just needed to ensure that we weren't besmirching someone's reputation. Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, Councillor Noyes, you wanted to put forward a motion that we defer consideration of the information report until we get some additional information.
Yes, I did. I wanted to make two other points, though,
go
if I
ahead.
can. One thing I wanted to mention is that I don't know if you guys realize that these homes are already being advertised. You can already pick your lot. The layout's all there. And actually, one of the builders that I've heard was actually sitting in the audience, sitting in the gallery today listening to all this. I mean, what does that mean? If at the open house, he tells the people there that no, they don't know who's going to build the houses, they don't quite know what the houses are going to look like and stuff like that. They didn't talk about the site, like the streets and all that. They were putting forth their development. But within 2 weeks, you can pick your house, you can pick your lot, and they haven't even come to council. I personally have a problem with that. And Councillor Lubberts, you asked about the stormwater being kept in the pipes or whatever underground. I asked that question to Mr. Kernahan at the open house, and he said it couldn't be done because the town doesn't want it that way. That was, I'm just telling you what, I asked that question, and that was the answer I received, if my memory serves me. But the other thing I really want to issue is that outlet is going to be a huge problem. It's going to be a huge problem, and the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Kernahan he was working for the town in planning development when that all must have come to a head. So I don't get how he, I'm not, I'm using my crystal ball here. I can't see that if the problem 5 minutes down, walking 5 minutes down the road, going into the same creek, going from a stormwater management pond, created all that problem, that they couldn't do what they had planned, why it's going to be any different, a 5-minute walk down the road going into the same creek. So I just wanted to say that before I defer it or table it.
Okay, so you're wanting to defer it until when and for what purposes? Here's the list that I've got. You want clarification of the lagoon capacity in light of recent development in Douglastown, Black Creek. You want clarification of the sewer outlet and the stormwater management pond. You want clarification on the drainage scheme. You want clarification on the third point of access egress. And you want, courtesy of Councillor Dubanow, how to ensure the community housing need is met. Those are all issues that you want clarification on prior to the information report being considered. So, Mr. Herlovich, what kind of time frame do you think your staff would need in order to get those clarifications for us?
I can't even begin to guess, but what I can tell you is we'll bring it back to council as soon as we have answers to all of those questions, and the developer will have to wait.
Yeah, so would you want to put this over for 2 months with a further extension if necessary, or would you want us to put it over for 3 months now? That'd be either July or August.
Well, let's start with 2 months, and we'll bring it back and see where we go.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, I believe the July council meeting is July the
18th, isn't it?
It'd be July 18th. If it's July, if it's August, it would be August 22nd.
So July 18th, that gives you just a little less than 2 months. And if your staff is still needing additional time, we'll simply have to defer it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, what about other concerns from Greg Hunter, myself, with underground stormwater management? We got to include that in the report.
That would be I was thinking that was part of the drainage.
Yeah.
So that would be, the underground.
Yeah, all right, so not just your list, but
Yeah, no.
all other concerns as well.
Well, I think we've got to specify for staff what it is that they're getting.
Yes, well, that's one that I would like to see is the underground water, stormwater management.
Yeah, that's part of the.
Some kind of pipes.
Drainage. Yep. Okay. Councillor Noyes?
Just a point of clarification. It's not our staff that's going to be doing the work. In other words, to find out if this outlet is a go or not, isn't that the developers needs to look at that, if the Ministry of Fisheries, or is that better for the staff to do it to make sure that it's done?
Staff is we're going to be looking to staff for clarification on these issues, how they go about that, whether they say to the developer, you've got to come up with a peer review of something or other. That is, I think, how it would proceed. Is that correct, Mr. Herlovich?
To your worship, I'm afraid I'm in the same seat as Mr. Kernahan, and that is, we typically do a functional study, or the developer does a functional study up front, and then the detailed work is required at the time of draft approval. If this council wants him to develop a absolute plan as to how the stormwater is going to be dealt with, then they're going to be expending significant funds in order to come back with a design that council might or might not approve. So I'm not sure whether we'll be able to even work with a developer, but we'll certainly approach them
Well, I think we need to know that. I mean, I suppose to some extent, they don't know what their actual development is going to look like at this stage of the game, but we need some greater level of certainty with respect to how this is going to work.
Right, so, you know, Mr. Kernahan, sorry, Worship, Mr. Kernahan pointed out a small brown blob on the secondary plan and said that's what staff identified for a secondary plan. So what they've identified is a larger area, which they developed based on the fact that there would be 54 single-family houses. So we know that basically our zoning requirements is that 40% of that lot is going to be building, the rest would be green space. We know that the apartment building is going to have a certain amount of coverage, the rest is going to be green space. So they're able to make more specific calculations, and that's how they were able to do their functional design to say this is how wide, deep the pond needs to be. How it actually ends up being, you know, which slopes and so on would come later. But if we can, we'll try and get them to advance some of that other work.
Yeah, I think it's safe to assume that they're not going to be getting more density. So it's not going to be any denser than what they're proposing. So
right.
They can at least go to their best case scenario. And we just want some comfort that this stormwater management plan and outlet is going to work better than the one that is across the property in Douglastown.
Right, well, I believe the speaker was talking about it comes through a culvert or an underground pipe and then outlets to a ditch, or I was told earlier today it was a concrete outlet, and we heard from one of the speakers today that during high water levels, because of the creek level, the water then is pooling in that area, and I gathered could on occasion overflow those banks of that I'm going to call it a ditch, whether it's concrete or natural, I don't know.
So we would want to know that, I suppose, in light of what we now know could happen, that will be accounted for in this particular drainage plan and outlet. Have they done that? Possibly not, but we need clarification on that. Councillor Noyes?
And further to that, I had a talk, well, actually, I think it's actually in the report someplace, I also touched base with Anamika on it, is that in 2016, that's when the secondary plan was, and that's when the little blob for the stormwater management pond was. We didn't know at that point that the outlet that was the functional design that was done for River Trails Estate wasn't going to work. Because it was approved, we thought it was going to work. I'm sure the developer thought it was going to work. Then the Ministry of Fisheries come in and says, no, you can't do it. You can't because it's a protected fish habitat. So then, instead of the outlet being by the creek, it's in 80 feet. So guess what the town lost? The town lost a road allowance. And I'm talking to Anamika, I'm saying, if the same thing happens, which half of me thinks, because of what they did with clearing the land, is they're expecting this to go ahead and then say, oops, you know, we can't end it here. We're going to bring it in 80 feet. We're going to put this great big ditch in, and so be it. And you know, like it's an unopened road allowance, but it's supposed to be used by the public to see the, you know, like for a bench and stuff. Like it's a waterfront property, and we're going to lose another waterfront property. We already lost one with this functional design on the other side, and Anamika said, and I think it's in the report too, that staff would not be recommending that if the outlet can't go forward at the creek, because of the Ministry of Fisheries, Ministry of this, whichever, that they would not approve, the staff would not recommend an outlet like on the other end of River Trail. So if I was a developer, I'd want to nail this down, because I asked Mr. Kernahan, does he have another solution? And his answer was, no, I don't. So I think we're doing him a favor by saying, you got to make sure that the Ministry of Fisheries is going to approve this outlet. It didn't 5 minutes down the road. And I'm not talking a car, I'm talking a walk on the same creek. So
So, Mr. Hurlovich, do you have adequate understanding of what council's concerns are with respect to this? So when you deal with Mr. Kernahan, you'll-
Absolutely, we'll be writing him tomorrow, Wednesday, letting him know council's decision.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So do we, Madam Clerk, do you have that? Yeah, okay. So timing is July the 18th. All those in favor? That is carried. That takes us then to the next item, Councillor Dubanow. This is the Windmill Road South application.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott. That council receives for information purposes report number PDS 35-2022 regarding a proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 124 Windmill Point Road South.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Just in regards to, again, comments from our Environmental Advisory Committee, I would ask that, I don't know if we have to make a motion or just notify staff that from now on, if there's an issue or a report coming to council that deals with environmental issues, that Environmental Advisory Committee be notified beforehand and not on the tail end. Because, I mean, the perception out there for me anyway is that, staff is trying to push Environmental Advisory Commission off to the side, and they don't want to hear from them. So they'll get them on the back end when, we've already approved the informational report or the report's coming to the table and you have to make your decision. And, we put Environmental Advisory Committee in a spot and, these people take their time out of their busy schedules. They take time off of their regular routine. We go on site visits. We don't just come to the town hall and sit in a conference room and have a meeting. We actually go on site. Some of them go through the bushes and take a look at what's actually in and on the property. And then we think, well, we'll just get them on the tail end. I don't agree with that, and I think staff should make a point that Environmental Advisory Committee be notified and ask for comment in the beginning.
Mr. Hurlovich, I wonder if you could maybe just explain the policy that your staff has been operating under. My understanding is that there's a request to remove an environmental conservation overlay. That's when the Environmental Advisory Committee would ordinarily be asked to take a look.
That's correct.
At that. What about in terms of the general applications for OP or zoning amendments where there are environmental issues? Why would EAC not be brought into the picture sooner?
Yes, and I'm not sure whether Mr. Van der Veen can explain that, but certainly we do include them. I appreciate the councillor's comments that we do it up front, and I'm sure we can accommodate that in the future. We do a wide circulation, so I'm sure we can accommodate that.
Right, okay, great. Councillor Lubberts?
Thank you.
Councillor Butler, did you have your hand up? You're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to make a couple of general comments, and that is the thoughtfulness that the Coons have actually put into this project. And I don't know that for the 8 years that I've sat on here that I've seen anything as thoughtful as they've put forward. 6 years in the process, a number of studies, which are not cheap to do, and taking the advice of the biologist instead of the easy route. I think that they should be commended. So I'm going to be supporting this report this evening. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All those in favor of the recommendation? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor McDermott, I understand that you have resolution number 5.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow. The PDS 36-2022 proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment for 3285 Thunder Bay Road, Upper Canada Consultants, Craig Rowe Agent, Westwood Niagara Developments, Alfred Beam Owners, Westwood Shores Subdivision. The council approves the amendment to the town zoning bylaw number 129-90 as detailed in Appendix 3 of report number PDS 36-22 for the lands known as 3285 Thunder Bay Road. And further, that council approves the Westwind Shores draft plan of subdivision dated January 5th, 2022, showing 41 lots for single detached dwellings, 2 blocks of parkland, 1 block of shoreline protection area, 1 block for environmental protection area, and 2 blocks for road widenings, as attached as Appendix 2 of report number PDS 36-22, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, page 13, and regulations thereunder, subject to the conditions contained in Appendix 4 of report number PDS 36-22, and further, that council directs staff to circulate the conditions of draft plan approval in Appendix 4 of report number PDS 36-2022 to the applicable agencies in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. And further, council authorizes the entry into an agreement to amend the memorandum of understanding with Westwind Niagara Developments Incorporated for 3285 Thunder Bay Road, authorized by bylaw number 71-2021, as amended by authority of bylaw 123-2021 to replace Appendix A to the memorandum of understanding with Appendix 5 to report number PDS 36-22. And further, that council directs staff to prepare the necessary bylaws.
That report's on the floor for questions or comments. Any questions, any comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? None opposed, noting that Councillor Butler has a conflict, so that is carried. That then takes us to new business and inquiries, and Councillor McDermott, I have you as having the next resolution.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that council appoints Mason A. Smith to the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee for the period ending November 14, 2022.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Unopposed, that is carried. Councillor Zanko, you have the next resolution.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Butler, that council appoints Karen Dobson to the Crystal Beach Beautification Committee for the period ending November 14th, 2022.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Noyes, you have the next resolution.
Yes, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow. The council appoints Joan M. Christensen and Lido Greenaway to the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee as Beachcombers representatives for the period ending November 14th, 2022.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And Councillor Zanko, you have the next resolution.
Yes, I do. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Butler, that council accepts the resignation of Oliver Carfew from the Fort Erie Active Transportation Advisory Committee, and further, that council directs staff to proceed with filling the vacancy in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That takes us to the appointment of a councillor to the Lincoln County Humane Society Board of Directors for the period ending November 14th, 2022, effective June the 1st. Question.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I'm wondering if it may be possible to find out more information on what their meeting schedule is like. I had an individual in mind who I thought would be appropriate to serve on the board, but the individual raised that question about the schedule. So I think maybe if it's appropriate, maybe we can, I don't know even if we can defer this or put this off, or maybe staff has that information before we proceed.
You could move to defer it till next Monday, which is June the, what is it? No, it's not next Monday. Is it next Monday? No, it's the Monday after.
It would need to go
June
to
the
a regular
13th.
council meeting.
In what? That I don't know. I'm going to, our next committee meeting is the 13th.
Yes.
And then there's a committee meeting on the 20th. And I'm thinking we might need special council meeting the 20th to deal with something coming out of the 13th. So let's do this. Let's put it to the 27th. And if it can be dealt with sooner, we'll do that. I think the clerk, yes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I'm a little confused as to Councillor Dubanow said he has an individual in mind, and I thought we were appointing a councillor.
He's wanting.
Is that the individual?
It would be it would be a counselor. So I guess he wants to get some further information, so he's asking to defer this until we've got the further information. So we're going to defer this to June the 27th, if there's a seconder. Councillor Noyes. For staff to provide some further information relative to the meetings, the schedule, the timing, what have you. All those in favor? That is carried. Then that gets us to Councillor McDermott for scheduling of meetings in June.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that council alters the June 2022 meeting schedule as follows to accommodate scheduling of public meetings. June 13th, Council and Committee. June 20th, Council and Committee. June 27th, regular council.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Sure.
Yeah, Your Worship. I just wanted to comment really quickly about the need for these additional meetings because, as you know, Your Worship, and Councillor Zanko would know as well, during our Planning and Development Services subcommittee meetings, it's pretty wild how busy things are right now. And as they work through town hall and work through staff, they have to come to council. And we've had some very long meetings. We've had some meetings where we've had to take the balance and move them to a different day. And I hope this gives us some consistency and some planning, not just for council, but also for staff to be able to have some breathing room. So I know it's summer. I know normally we'd be all enjoying the beautiful weather, but I think this is important, and I am going to support this, Your Worship.
So we can count on you being here in the June meetings.
Yes.
I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? None opposed. That is carried. And Councillor Butler, you have the next resolution, which deals with the short-term rental conundrum of not being able to suspend a license unless there's a license that's been issued. So, and we have a moratorium which would prevent that. So it's all in the memo. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Zanko that council directs staff to issue licenses pursuant to Section 7.5 of the Business Licensing Bylaw, number 217-05, Schedule 13, as amended for the sole purpose of attending a hearing to determine if the license should be revoked, and further, that short-term rental licenses issued pursuant to this resolution, if not revoked by the hearing officer, shall expire immediately upon the release of the hearing officer's decision, and further that despite Section 7.5 of Bylaw Number 217-05, Schedule 13 as amended, a license for the sole purpose of attending a hearing shall only require a completed application form and no other documentation or fees.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Just in the last it says you only need the completed application form and no other documentation. I think that there should be a fee, administration fee, to the person that's in violation or that's going to the hearing, because they don't have a license, and now we're going to do all the paperwork to prepare a license, and they're going to get a license for a day, and they didn't pay anything. So I think there should be a fee for that, just like any other license. You still have to pay the fee, but it's only for a day or for the time that you have the hearing. But I don't think that they should get away and not pay anything for staff's time when they're in violation of our bylaw.
So, I don't think there's anybody here that's familiar with this issue, or are you, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Your Worship. My understanding from Ms. Grummett, the reason for that is because there won't be any documentation, there won't be any processing. It'll just be the matter of them simply submitting the application without the documentation or any review by staff.
Solely for the administrative purpose of suspending the license?
Exactly.
Yes, but if they're found guilty of the offense, do they not get a fine for operating without a license?
That's another aspect. So they're already being fined. That's how they get the 15 demerit points, because they've been operating without a license. They're issued a fine, they get 15 demerit points. And the 15 demerit points are in a vacuum unless they've got a license. So they get the license, it gets
Well,
suspended.
maybe we need to amend the fees and charges to a fine for operating without a license is whatever it is, plus administrative costs for the hearing or something.
They can be fined each and every day that they're
Or
operating.
increase the
that they're
fine
caught.
somehow.
They can be fined each and every day that they're caught operating without a license. So they could be fined theoretically if they rent the property for 3 days on a weekend and our staff finds that they violated our bylaw, they can be fined 3 days in a row. And these charges simply accumulate and go on their taxes, do they not?
Yeah, all right, as long as after the hearing, they're not just going to get a simple fine that's already in the fine schedule.
It's a $1,500
And there's going to be
fine.
additional costs for operating without a license. That's all I'm concerned about.
Well, there isn't any add-on. It's a new fine each and every day, $1,500. Okay, Councillor Butler?
I was just going to say we need to extend the time.
You know, you are the most diligent councillor in terms of watching the time. Not that, and I'm not going to suggest that it's because you would like to get out of here. It's just you want to make sure that we're right on time. Okay, Councillor Butler has moved that we extend the time until when? 10:45? 10:45. And is there a seconder for that? Councillor Dubanow. All those in favor? Till 10:45, Madam Clerk. Okay, any other questions or comments on this, Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I'm just wanting, we don't have anybody specific in mind for this. This is more like a housekeeping issue, right? Like you can't suspend a license or if they don't have a license, and you can't issue a license because we have the moratorium. So this is more like a housekeeping. The person who has 15 demerit points, for the hearing officer to look at it, needs a license for the hearing officer to look at. So this is just housekeeping.
It's housekeeping.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? All those in favor? That is carried. Any other inquiries or new business? Councillor Noyes.
And I do apologize, I didn't have a chance to talk to to Mr. Walsh about this is that I'm having a few calls about the ditching, where the ditches are extremely deep because we've did we improved the ditches, but they're so deep now that they can't be maintained by the property owner. Like in this one case, I understand it's very steep and it's a 10-foot deep ditch. I don't know if there's a policy or something we have in the process that if the ditch isn't considered manageable, that perhaps we consider putting a culvert in and closing the ditch. I don't have the answers to this, but I know I've had several people call me up, particularly in Black Creek, because with the new development, the new roads and the old roads and the new drain, and anyway, it's causing a bit of a problem when we're redoing the ditches there.
Mr. Walsh, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's unfortunate, it seems whenever we do a ditching job, nobody's happy with the end of it. In the case of the issue on Black Creek, the gentleman or the couple that seem to be complaining are the initiators of the complaint. In this situation, we simply restored the ditch to the line and grade that was there many, many moons ago. Through the years, ditches fill in, the grades become less steep, more manageable. It's unfortunate we end up where we are right now. I don't think there's anything in this case that we can go back and fix. It seems to be similar to the 10th Avenue issue a few years ago. We're restricted by the gas main and the coverage we have to maintain on the backside of the ditches, which is why we cut it to where we did. We don't have a policy in place about maintenance. We do have a policy in place about ditch infills that came about a number of years ago and has to do primarily with the road health. If a road doesn't drain, it leads to potholes. You need to provide positive drainage. So, in summary, nobody's happy, and there's nothing we can do about it.
So, Councillor Noyes, you're on the Infrastructure Services Committee. I would suggest maybe that's where you further discuss this with Mr. Waltz, and then maybe something will come back to council.
And just one thing further, Mayor Redekop, is that there is no requirement, is there, that if your property has an open ditch, that you're required to maintain it, is there?
Well, there's plenty of examples where people don't, so, and they can be found throughout the town. It's just like you don't have to theoretically, I suppose, cut the grass in the boulevard, but just about everybody does, simply because they want their property to look nice. But I'm not aware of a policy. Mr. Walsh, is there a policy that says you have to clear your ditch?
Mr. Mayor, I'd have to look at the property standards bylaw in detail. I'm not aware of one right now, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Perhaps you could do that and advise council.
Sure.
That's fine, thank you.
Any other inquiries or new business?
Your Worship,
I'm sorry.
we're missing 2 resolutions that were from the addendum,
Yes.
numbers 13 and 14.
Yes, right. I should have just followed my black book. Because then I would know that Councillor Butler has a resolution relative to the Ridgeway BIA.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that Council appoints Kim Vander Voet and Caroline Zampieri-Aker to the Ridgeway Business Improvement Area Board of Management for the period ending November 14th, 2022.
Do we have Ms. Zampieri's last name in the addendum? It's ARCE. And I think that may be what it is.
I wonder,
Yeah.
Your Worship, I did check it with the application itself,
Oh, yes.
so it may be an error on the addendum.
So it's correct on the addendum?
It's correct on the resolution.
Okay. Okay, so we're all set. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. And Councillor Dubanow, you have next resolution.
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that council accepts the resignation of Stephen Passero from the Community Gaming Development Corporation, and further, the council directs staff to proceed with filling the vacancy in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Sorry.
I just want to extend my appreciation to Mr. Passero for the work he did as a member of the gaming board. He had served as chair up until his resignation, and certainly I wish him all the best. I know he's focusing on other projects right now and doesn't have the time. He left the board in good hands. Vice Chair Hill has taken over as chair. So I just want to extend my appreciation and just get on the record that everything is still good and we're slowly working towards recovery. Hopefully as the border situation gets sorted out, our revenue comes back. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, you're welcome. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to motions. Councillor Dubanow, you have a motion relative to the proposed foreign tax plan.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott. Whereas the federal government proposed a tax on vacant non-resident foreign-owned properties in the 2021 budget, and whereas the intent of this tax is to reduce speculation in the real estate market, which is believed to contribute to housing unaffordability in Canada, and whereas Fort Erie and other vacation destinations across Ontario have a high number of non-resident American-owned vacation properties that are vacant during the tourism off-season during the winter months, and whereas the federal government signaled their intent to exempt non-resident foreign-owned vacation properties in Canada so long as they meet certain requirements, including being limited in a census agglomeration with a population of less than 30,000 people, and whereas Fort Erie and numerous other seasonal vacation destinations across southern Ontario are in census metropolitan areas and census agglomerations with populations well in excess of 30,000 people, despite the communities themselves being small and medium-sized municipalities, and whereas Fort Erie and other communities across Ontario have a long history of being vacation destination for American visitors, many of which have owned the same properties for generations and would be taxed yearly on the assessed value of their vacation property based on this proposal. And whereas vacant property taxes would be allocated to the general revenues of the federal government and not directly benefit the municipalities where these properties are located and serviced. And whereas vacation properties that are seasonally vacant do not contribute to the speculation that is believed to contribute to housing unaffordability in Canada, now therefore be it resolved that the Municipal Council of the Town of Fort Erie requests the federal government to review the proposed exemption framework for seasonal vacation properties to better reflect the reality of where these properties are located and how they are used, and further that this resolution be circulated to the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, the Honourable Chrystia Freeland, Deputy Prime Minister of Canada and Minister of Finance, the Honourable Diane Lee, I checked these beforehand, but I can never remember, Your Worship, Lee Bouthier, I apologize, Minister of National Revenue Canada, Tony Baldinelli, Member of Parliament for Niagara Falls, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and all municipalities located in Ontario. And if I, yeah, Your Worship, this came up, and a couple months ago, it was being proposed, and working with families that have been separated across the border, property owners that have been separated, and working to get the border opened, the general perception was almost that this was like a kick in the stomach. They were locked out of their properties for the last 2 years, couldn't enjoy them, couldn't visit our community, which they love so much, and now they're coming back and the federal government is taxing them. The irony is that whatever these taxes are, they won't benefit the communities where they're located. They would be general revenues for the federal government. If there's a long history of these type of homes in, lakeside communities, cottage country, if you will. I know people call them Muskokas, the cottage country of Toronto, Fort Erie, Port Colborne, Waynfleet, going out towards Long Beach, and kind of out into Haldimand County. That's kind of the cottage country of Buffalo, as well as on the Lake Erie, the South Shore as well. So I'm hoping to bring attention to this, just so the federal government looks at the exemption framework. I don't necessarily think it's their intent to actually tax these properties for speculative purposes. I think it may just need some discussion and some fleshing out about where they're located, the size of the municipalities, how close they are to metropolitan areas, just to perhaps, you know, kind of look at this and say, you know, like, what are you trying to do here? Are you trying to punish these guys who have, you know, owned these properties for generations? Or are you really trying to address housing unaffordability in this country? Because if we tax these seasonal properties like this, everyone you talk to, they don't contribute to the speculation the same way new construction gets purchased and held vacant until the value goes up and then sold again. It's a completely different ballgame. So I'm just hoping to bring some attention to this, Your Worship, so that we can have further discussions and hopefully our American friends in Western New York who have enjoyed Fort Erie and the northern shore of Lake Erie for many, many years won't feel that they're being further slighted. And I use that word loosely. It's a word that's been used to me, not necessarily what I'm saying here, but just so they don't feel slighted by the government when they haven't been able to get into this country for so long. Just seems not a good thing to do, and that's why I'm trying to bring attention to the issue, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of the... I'm sorry, Councillor Noyes.
I'm just wondering, because we have Tony Baldinelli, member of Parliament for Niagara Falls, is he not also Niagara-on-the-Lake and Fort Erie? May want to just...
That would be... Okay. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Butler, you have the next resolution.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Zanko. Whereas Canada's housing market has not only made it difficult for Canadians to afford to purchase a home, but also to rent apartments. And whereas there is a disconnect between affordability of housing and apartment rentals versus wages that have not kept pace with them, nor has it kept pace with inflation, cost of living expenses, the rising costs of goods and services, including food, gas, and utility. And whereas Ontario has now become the least affordable jurisdiction, suffering the worst erosion in the last 50 years. And whereas many Canadians continue to be locked out of the housing and rental market for many reasons, including the affordability of a down payment, rising inflation rates, and the escalation of bidding wars. And whereas bidding wars do not stop at home purchases, but have now transitioned to apartment rentals as a ripple effect of the real estate market. And whereas there is a profound psychological effect to those individuals who continue to be shut out of the housing and rental market as a direct result, and whereas both blind bids and open bids are bad for the housing and apartment market, which can lead to a housing bubble, and while blind bids offer no transparency, both types create unrealistic values that helps the seller and the rental owner, but hurts the purchaser and the renter. And whereas there are multiple sites that encourage and teach how to win at bidding wars, and whereas there is no comprehensive data or statistics that currently tracks prices for rentals, and whereas the Government of Ontario will be introducing new legislation with respect to blind bidding only, which does not prohibit the seller from entering into a bidding war, but rather would give sellers the option to opt for an open offer process. And whereas the changes to the Trust in Real Estate Services Act provides an advantage to the sellers and largely weakens opportunities of the buyer and renter, further adding to the disparity between the two. Now, therefore, be it resolved that both the federal and provincial governments enact legislation that prevents both open and closed biddings on both rental units and residential sales, and further, that both the federal and provincial government prohibit sales beyond the list price, and further, that a copy of this resolution be circulated to the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, all members of Parliament, all members of Provincial Parliament, and all municipalities for their support.
Any questions or comments? Did you want to speak to that,
I do
Councillor
want to
Butler?
speak to this,
I must
yes.
say, you may have found some research on here, but I think this is a property matter which I think is within the jurisdiction of the province. you may have found something that suggests the federal government also has some role in this, because I think they were talking about doing something.
Yes, they were they were talking about doing something. And from the research that I uncovered, there's a direct correlation to the purchasing of homes in open and closed bids to the rentals that are now experiencing the same. And I'll explain it, because despite the buying frenzy that occurred during the pandemic, it has really cut into people's income. The pandemic has cut into people's income. And what we're seeing in the housing market was we're seeing properties being bought up by a new class of rentiers, and they're consisting of private equity firms, insurance companies, pension fund investors, venture capitalists, and larger corporations. So it's not surprising why they're doing it, because it's a stable investment. Because of the sheer unaffordability of homes, they're able to come in, sweep in, and then turn it into rentals, which is becoming a big priority in investments. And that's pushing the rentals to become more scarce. And we're seeing now higher rental rates, which is creating the perfect storm. And owners, or the rentiers, whichever way you want to call them, are pushing applicants into bidding wars over and above the asking rate, and offers are coming in between 10 to 30% above asking. And if you can imagine, an apartment that's being listed for $2,000 is now being rented for $2,600 at a maximum. It pushes those who can't afford it to begin with out of that marketplace, and creates a larger gap in the disparities. So from what I understand, in order to stop the bidding wars for apartments, there needs to be a movement to squash that open and closed bidding process at the purchase point. So I hope everybody supports this.
Yep. Anyone else? Councillor Noyes?
Just for clarification, this, in regards to what Councillor Butler just said, and I agree with that, what you said, the purchase price, but when you're renting, you're not purchasing, so it's the rental price, right? Okay. Like, I can see how it would work for apartments, that, okay, you list it, it's, apartment for rent, $2,000 or whatever, and that you have to stick to that. But in regards to homes, I don't know how that would work for homes, because...
Same thing.
Well, yeah, same but different. Apartments are a bit different because you're not going to own the apartment. If I was going to sell my house and I couldn't do a open or closed bidding, whichever, I'd say, okay, I'm hoping to get $750, but since I can't do a bidding war, I think I'm going to list it at $1 million. And like, I don't see how you're going to stop someone from just raising the price if they don't have the bidding process. There is a problem, absolutely, but I don't know for apartment buildings. I can see, because you're not selling the building, you're selling the unit, and there's other people in 101 and 102 and 103 that are paying the same. So I think you can work some consistency. In other words, if 102 is the same apartment, one bathroom, same square footage, and you're renting it for $2,000, well, the other apartment that's the same has to be rented for the same amount. I can see that, but I can't see how it would work for housing, because people would just say, okay, I want $2 million for my house. And I'll just take the highest number that's closest to that. So that's just my comment.
Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to be supporting this, but I think I understand where Councillor Noyes is going with that, and it's a concern I have as well. At least from everything that I've read and everything I've seen, it's not so much that bidding wars per se are the issue. It's that it's closed bidding wars. So what happens is the realtor will put the house up. They say, it's on the market. Offers will be open on 70 or 72 hours or on a certain date, And then what happens is you have a frenzy of individuals who have no idea of where they sit, where they're going, whether they're wasting their time, because you have all these people frantically submitting bids. And you'll have situations where someone who may have more means is desperate to get into a house in a certain neighborhood or a certain situation, and they jack that price up by $250,000, or worse yet, you have someone who's so desperate for a home because they've been looking for so long that they see a house and they're willing to pay more than anyone else would because they're afraid that someone's going to do that, what I just described. So by eliminating the closed bidding, you're kind of getting rid of some of that, back and forth. Well, it's not even really a back and forth here. You have that unknown aspect, which is driving up prices, and we're seeing houses going for way more than what they're being listed as, because people are terrified they're not going to be able to get the house. In an open bidding system, at least then, you can kind of have a look and you can kind of say, well, you know what, I'm not going to put in an offer for $250,000 over the asking price because this guy's got an offer in for only $25,000 over the asking price. Maybe I'll go in at 27.5. Kind of helps address some of that. I know where Councillor Butler is going with this, and I'm going to support it because I think we need to have these discussions. We need to the same thing with vacancy taxes. There's all sorts of different tools we have at our disposal to kind of manage the situation we find ourselves in right now. But it's from everything I've seen, it's not so much the bidding process itself, is that it's a closed bidding process where everyone is going in blind and everyone is assuming and everyone is scared. At least with a mandatory open bidding process, there's at least some transparency and an idea of where you're going in. It doesn't completely solve the issue, but again, to Councillor Noyes' point, if someone could list the house for way, way more than it's worth and entertain offers lower, and then someone could bid higher than what the lower offer is, you're just kind of doing the bidding war in reverse. So I'm going to support this. We have to have this conversation. It's critical to have this conversation. It blows my mind that I'm not even 40 years old yet, and I own a house in Fort Erie that is worth 7 figures that I paid not much more than less than a third for not that long ago. This is insane. If you're my age and you don't already own a home, you are in for a world of hurt, and it is so important what Councillor Butler brought up, because now we're seeing this happen in rental units because we have a scarcity of rental units, and we're seeing the rents go up on that. That this is, for lack of a better word, this is a crisis. So I'm supporting this. We have to have this conversation. We have to look at everything that we can do. And Councillor Butler, thank you so much for your advocacy on this and how often you bring this up. We need to bring this up all the time and continue discussing it, because this isn't just magically going to go away on its own. It's going to go away when we act. So thank you very much, Your Worship.
Anyone else? I'm going to go to Councillor Lubberts, and I'll go back to Councillor Butler.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. I'm going to support the motion. I know it's a lot more complicated than what can be resolved at this council meeting or in this chambers, but it needs to start somewhere. When you hear the stories, on one hand, it's a success story. On the other hand, it's a nightmare. Some of the things that you're hearing, and I can only go by. Just recently, my brother-in-law and his partner built a house in Ridgeway. He owned the lot, and they built the house on it, sold the house, all of which took a period of a year, and they withdrew their profits from that. And within that year, he could have sold the lot, just the lot itself, for more money and made more profit than he did doing all the work of building a house and doing all the things needed to build a house. And you know, these things can't continue. I bought a house for less than $90,000 12 years ago. They tell me it's worth $450,000. I'm telling them they're crazy. But you know what? They're going to give me $450,000 one day. That's insane. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work. And the government needs to step in. I don't know how they're going to do it, but gouging comes to mind. You know, when we first started our pandemic, I can remember, I know it's smaller than housing, but you could go in a store and buy a small little vial of hand sanitizer for $4. During the beginning of the pandemic, they were $27, and the government stepped in and said, if you hear of this, report them people, and we'll charge them with gouging. Well, we need to do something with real estate as well. And I'm going to support this, and hopefully the governments, and I blame a lot of it on real estate as well, and investment firms, all of them. They're all to blame for the problems that we have today. And we all need to chip in, and we all need to do our part to stop the carnage and stop the gouging of housing prices and rental prices for that matter.
Councillor Butler.
Yeah, no, I appreciate Councillor Lubberts' points, and I appreciate what Councillor Dubanow and Councillor Noyes has said, but I have to say that it's like an auction out there, and there was a time, I grew up in that time, you grew up in that time, where you set the price was the price. It just boils down to, are we greedy now, or are we going to go back to what's appropriate and start understanding that we set the price, and if it's $1 million and we get it, hey, hurrah. If we don't, then, you know, whatever the offer comes in at, we should be satisfied with, because if we don't stop this, and Councillor Lubberts is quite correct, if the government doesn't step in and do something, and sometimes I feel like these motions get passed and it falls on deaf ears, and I don't know how to make them move and to understand that this is hurting our citizens, and we have to advocate on their behalf. So, thank you.
Okay, anything further? If not, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That is unanimous. That then takes us to Councillor Dubanow, your next resolution.
Yes, Your Worship, and don't get the pillows out because it's really long. So, but it's I think it's important, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott. Whereas, according to the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, tourism is a vital component of Ontario's economy, with over $36 billion of the province's gross domestic product directly related to that industry. And whereas, according to Niagara Economic Development, over $2 billion annually are injected into Niagara's local economy, with 40 to 60,000 local jobs across the region tied directly to the tourism industry. And whereas half of that tourism revenue generated in Niagara comes from American visitors to our region who cross the Canada-US land border, and whereas a growing number of Canadian infectious disease physicians have questioned the utility and necessity of continuing COVID-19 travel measures, applications, and mandates in an era of high community immunity and the Omicron variant infecting and transmitting among the vaccinated and unvaccinated alike, and whereas compulsory use of the ArriveCan application to enter Canada at the land border acts as a barrier to tourism recovery for many reasons, which include but are not necessarily limited to inequitable access to the technology necessary to use the app, unfamiliarity with the app, and information requested by the app that changes and may not be available for entry. And whereas all COVID-related travel and border mandates required for entry to Canada act as a barrier and disincentive to tourism recovery in the region of Niagara and the province of Ontario by creating delays at ports of entry and apprehension about the state of rules and how they may apply to any individual in an era where these delays and apprehension are no longer required and necessary. And whereas, according to observations by the international bridge authorities operating in Niagara, approximately half of the normal volume of traffic entering Canada using use these crossings, with the majority of these returning Canadians rather than American visitors. And whereas due to much less stringent measures at the United States land border, Canadians can easily travel to the United States for tourism and recreation purposes without a reciprocal return of American visitors to Canada. And whereas jurisdictions that have embraced post-COVID tourism recovery have seen tourism revenue and activity rise to levels above those seen prior to COVID, an economic windfall which would benefit Niagara and other municipalities across Ontario, but which is not being seen due to COVID-related border mandates and measures that remain. Now therefore be it resolved that the Municipal Corporation of the Town of Fort Erie requests that the Government of Canada immediately return all travel requirements at land ports of entry to pre-pandemic operation, which includes but is not necessarily limited the removal of all COVID public health mandates and measures, returning to pre-pandemic staffing levels, as well as no longer requiring compulsory usage of the ArriveCAN application for entry to Canada at the land border, and further, that the Municipal Corporation of the Town of Fort Erie requests that the chair of the regional municipality and the mayors of the 12 local area municipalities, along with other stakeholders, form a cross-border tourism recovery task force to advocate to the federal and provincial governments on the importance of tourism and operation of the land border to Niagara's post-COVID economic recovery, and to report to Niagara's local area municipalities on the progress of that task force. And further, that the Municipal Council of the Town of Fort Erie extends a formal invitation to the Honourable Randy Boussonant, I apologize again, I looked these ahead of time, but I forget. Minister of Tourism Canada, the Honourable Lisa MacLeod, Minister of Tourism, Culture and Sport Ontario, to visit Niagara and meet with stakeholders to discuss tourism recovery and the impacts border measures are having on that recovery. And further, that the Municipal Corporation of the Town of Fort Erie extends a formal invitation to all 4 Niagara area members of Parliament to address Council on the steps they, as Niagara area members of Parliament, have taken to convey border-related issues of concern in Ottawa as our federal representatives. And further, I'm almost done, guys, that this resolution be circulated to the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, the Honourable Marco Mendicino, Minister of Public Safety, the Honourable Randy Boussonant, I think that's how you say it, Minister of, pardon me, Your Worship? Boissonant, thank you very much, Your Worship. Minister of Tourism Canada, the Honourable Omar Alghabra, Minister of Tourism Canada, Minister of Transport Canada, the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Lisa MacLeod, Minister of Tourism, Culture and Sport Ontario, all members of Parliament representing constituencies of border-crossing municipalities located along the Canada-US border, all members of provincial parliaments in Ontario, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the premiers of all provinces and territories in Canada that share a border with the United States, and further, that this resolution be circulated to the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce and the Niagara South Chamber of Commerce for distribution to their membership, and further, that this resolution be circulated to Niagara Regional Council and the councils of all 12 local area municipalities in Niagara for their endorsement and support. I will take a moment to catch my breath, Your Worship, and I'm hoping I can speak to this.
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I completely understand where Councillor Butler is coming from. The feeling that you're not being heard, despite putting motion after motion forth, advocating for these issues, relaying the concerns of families, business owners, and others impacted, doing what you can from your own little corner of the world as a municipal councillor who represents an area of the municipality containing the busiest passenger traffic crossing between Canada and the United States. And no matter what you try and do, it seems like you're just hearing a broken record in response that at this point in the pandemic, at least in my opinion, doesn't seem to make much sense. I have done, or at least I've requested in this motion, some things a little different to try and draw attention to different individuals, to try and convey that this is impacting all of us in Niagara, because there are so many individuals who rely on the economic activity, not just Fort Erie, not just Niagara Falls, not just Niagara-on-the-Lake. This affects everyone from Fort Erie all the way up to Grimsby and points beyond. It affects Toronto. Toronto has a big tourism economy. People come there for festivals. People come there for concerts. It affects them. It affects this entire province to a staggering amount of money, and it affects this region with a staggering amount of money. I mean, $2 billion a year, half of that's being left on the table until we get this border situation sorted out. And perhaps I did things a little differently, a little less conventional than what I've done in the past with circulation, trying to invite individuals to speak, requesting the regional chair and the local area mayors get together to form a task force. Perhaps this is what happens when you draft this motion after sitting at the Rainbow Bridge for an hour with 6 cars ahead of you because they only have 3 booths open on a long weekend. It's frustrating. I don't fault the officers, I don't fault the staff, they're doing the best they can with what they've been given, but the fact remains that as long as these measures remain in place, we're going to run into this, and with where we are in the pandemic right now, I personally don't think it makes much sense. It's been conveyed, similar sentiments have been conveyed by Zane Chaglia out of Hamilton. He's actually been working very closely with therapeutics. He was the first to set up a monoclonal antibody clinic at, I believe it was St. Joseph's Hospital in Hamilton. So, I mean, these are not, individuals who are, pandemic deniers. These are individuals who are very involved. They understand where we are. Suman Chaka, again, I'm terrible with names, Your Worship. Suman Chaka Bakari, I believe is his name. He's with Trillium Health up in Mississauga. He's echoed similar sentiments that where we are now in the pandemic, if vaccinations prevented us from transmitting and prevented us from acquiring illness, it may be a different story, but right now they benefit us. And I'm not going to tell anyone here not to get vaccinated. I got vaccinated myself. I did that because it was right for me. I know that the vaccine prevents me from getting sick, but at this point, it's everywhere. You can go over to Western New York, you come here, it doesn't change. And we have such a high level of immunity in the community. That's something Dr. Stefan Baral, another Canadian infectious disease expert, has mentioned. I think he's a professor of public health now with Johns Hopkins in the States. It's the same thing. We have a high level of immunity in the community. So to continue this, I'm of the opinion we're only shooting ourselves in the foot, especially when we see just how much we can benefit this. No one here is saying the pandemic is over, but I think we can all be in agreement that we're in a different phase of the pandemic. We may have different tools at our disposal, different methods that we can use. We really, really, really need this summer to get our tourism and our economy in this region back on track. It impacts so many people. Families here in town who were employees at various tourism businesses all over Niagara. They spent a long time on CERB, and I think it's only fair that that their employers be able to get some of the windfall that we're seeing elsewhere right now, who are embracing tourism. So, Your Worship, I understand this is a little less conventional than what I've done in the past. I'm trying to draw attention to this, trying to get a discussion going, trying to get an opportunity to relay these concerns. And despite the unconventional nature of this and the circulation list, I hope this is something council can support, Your Worship. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a quick comment, and I agree with Councillor Dubanow, and the importance of the tourism and the state of the economy. What's even more important is that our own Canadian citizens can't travel within Canada unless they're double vaccinated and can show that. And I think that, the point is there's enough immunity out there right now where they should be able to travel on via rail. They should be able to get on those planes, but they're not able to. So I will support this tonight.
Councillor Noyes.
I'm going to support this, but I do question the term immunity. Do we have a high level of immunity? We don't really have a high level of immunity. We have a higher resistance to the disease, but our numbers are growing, and we're not getting it sick because we have been vaccinated. But to me, immunity means you're not going to get it. And I'm looking at the stats, our numbers are increasing, not decreasing, but the level of illness is much less. So just wanted to make that clarification. I don't think we have a high level of immunity to the disease.
Anyone else? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. I during the beginning of this pandemic was paying very, very close attention to what was going on and what the recommendations were from all the medical experts. And I tried to follow all the rules and regulations. And at this point now, I'm questioning what it is that they're protecting, because in the beginning they explained to me anyway, and everybody else, that it's important to be vaccinated, which I went out and did, and I was very cautious where I went because personally I was compromised, and so are they trying to protect the unvaccinated? Because there's no reason to be unvaccinated, number one. And are they protecting the people from getting the virus? Because I got the virus just a couple weeks ago. I tested negative last week, and I feel fine. And, everything they told me was going to happen to me, it happened. And it was no more than I felt like I was getting a bad cold, but the bad cold never got there. And so if that's what they're protecting everybody from, I agree, it's a waste of time. And if you're protecting the unvaccinated, I can't support that. There's no reason to be unvaccinated. And, and just recently they're telling everybody, the experts are telling everybody, sooner or later we're all going to get corona or COVID, whatever you want to call it, right? We're going to get it sooner or later. So what are we protecting? What are we trying to prevent from happening? And if you want somebody to show you proof at the border that you've been double vaccinated in your country, well, yeah, you get a card, you show the card, no different than showing your ID. But like Councillor Dubanow says, it doesn't require to hold me at the border for 15 minutes. Just show your card, move on. We're hearing all kinds of stories of people that are, that get that arrive can. I've never done it because I don't go to the border, over the border, but people are saying they do the arrive can, and they get to the border, they don't even ask them for a arrive can. Don't ask them, they just, where you been, and go ahead. So I don't get it. And if that's what we're doing now, is protecting the unvaccinated, then I think that maybe we should start taking a look at the people that have been responsible and got their vaccinations and got their boosters and allow them to travel freely. Thank you.
Councillor Butler, would you like to move that we extend to 11 o'clock and then
Yes.
Seconded, Councillor McDermott? Okay, so all those in favor of extending to 11 o'clock? Okay, and let's be done by 11 o'clock. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Well, we haven't got until tomorrow night. I've seen you read. All those in favor of the resolution? None opposed, that is carried.
It was 3 pages.
Notices of motion? Is that what you're going to read, or is that something else? Madam Clerk, I've got 2 notices returnable June the 27th. The first, that staff prepare a report that advises council on policies that can be adopted to better control construction within the municipality, particularly but not exclusively regarding mud tracking, road obstruction, lot grading requirements for renovations, resulting in expanded building footprint and increased deposits, increased financial deposits. Second, notice of motion, The council requests the province of Ontario to amend the Ontario Building Code to provide municipalities with greater flexibility in controlling orderly and timely construction of new and renovated buildings of all types. June the 27th. And if there are no other notices of motion, that takes us to consideration of bylaws. And Councillor Lubberts, you have the motion for first and second reading. That's what you're going to take?
Yeah, so you time me.
You have 13 minutes to read
You
that.
keep me on the clock. Yeah, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that the bylaw package containing bylaw...
Oh, sorry. Don't forget that
Oh, come on,
Yes.
you're taking up my 15
bylaw
minutes.
60, yes, bylaw 61, Councillor Dubanow declared conflict, so don't include that in the package, Councillor.
Bylaw 61?
Yes.
All right, okay, yeah, all right. Okay, I can continue?
Yes, you may continue.
Okay, bylaw package containing bylaw 52, 2022, to authorize the sale of lots 585, 586, and 587, Plan 480, 0 Richmond Avenue, and lots 481, 484, 583, and 584, Plan 480, 0 Bidwell Parkway, to Grant Valancourt and Sarah Valancourt. Bylaw 53, 2022, to authorize the sale of lots 479 and 480, Plan 480, 0 Bidwell Parkway, to Kelly Mancuso and Stephen Doucette. Bylaw 54, 2022, to appoint Troy Davidson as Drainage Superintendent for the Corporation of the Town of Fort Erie, and to repeal bylaw number 87-2014. Bylaw 55, 2022, to authorize the entry into a memorandum of understanding with Pastone Mental Health for continued walk-in clinic services for mental health for youth in Fort Erie. Bylaw 56, 2022, to enact an amendment to the official plan adopted by bylaw number 150-06 for the Town of Fort Erie Planning Area Amendment number 59, 1107 Garrison Road, 1107 Garrison Road, GP Inc., Mohammed Y. Al-Hadi, owner, Sullivan Planning Services, Michael Sullivan, agent. 57-2022, to amend zoning bylaw 12990 as amended, 1107 Garrison Road, 1107 Garrison Road, GP Inc., Mohammed Y. Al-Hadi, owner, Sullivan Planning Services, Michael Sullivan, agent. Bylaw 58-2022, to exempt a certain lot in Plan 59M 483 from part lot control, Lot 42, Mitchell Crescent, Black Creek Signature Subdivision, Rinaldi Homes, Niagara, Inc. And bylaw 59-2022, to deem part of a certain registered plan of subdivision not to be a registered plan of subdivision, 359 Dover Court Road, Elaine Maude and Raymond Maude, applicant and owner. 60-2022, to accept and declare lands as public highway on the east side of Buffalo Road, 1472 Phillip Street. Winco Holdings, Inc., and bylaw 62-2022, to stop up and close and convey part of Crystal Beach Drive, Plan 410 Birdie, formerly known as Grace Avenue, 1000054-526 Ontario, Inc., and I don't have a principal on that number, is given first and second reading.
Do we know who the principal is behind that corporation in bylaw 62? That would have been in a committee report that we received. earlier in May, I think.
Yes, that was through Land Committee minutes, I believe.
Beg pardon?
I believe that was through Land Committee minutes.
Land Committee?
There goes my 15 minutes.
Let me-
It would have been the Land Committee meeting earlier in May.
I don't have it, Your Worship. It was on the addendum. It came late today.
Were those minutes included in the? We're going to have to proceed with this, Councillor Lubberts, and we'll ask the clerk to circulate the names.
Yes, I think if we approve this, we can, with the understanding that we get the principle, if there's a declaration of pecuniary interest, we can do it at the next meeting.
Next meeting, that's correct.
Right? Okay. Okay, it's given first and second reading.
Okay, that's all those in favor. That bylaw package as amended is on the floor for any questions or comments. If there are none, then I'll go to Councillor Noyes for third and final reading of the amended bylaw package, please.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Zanko that bylaws number 52, 2022, 53, 2022, 54, 2022, 55, 2022, 56, 2022, 57, 2022, 58, 2022, 59, 2022, 60, 2022, 62, 2022 are given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Those bylaws are on the floor for questions or comments. There are none. All those in favor? None opposed. That is carried. Councillor Lubberts, can we go back to you for first and second reading for bylaw 61, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself, second by Councillor McDermott, that bylaw number 61, 2022, to appoint the Lincoln County Humane Society as a pound keeper for the town of Fort Erie and to appoint Lincoln County Humane Society officers as municipal law enforcement officers and repeal bylaw number 106-12 is given first and second reading.
All those in favor?
I'd like a registered vote.
Sure. For first and second reading?
Yep, for both.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
This is for
61, 2022.
Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, no.
Councillor McDermott. Councillor Zanko. Councillor Butler.
Yes?
Councillor Noyes.
Yes.
Mayor Redekop.
Yes.
Vote carries for first and second reading.
Thank you. Councillor Noyes, third and final reading.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Kim Zanko that bylaw number 61-2022 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Councillor Lubberts.
No.
Councillor McDermott. Yes. Councillor Zanko. Councillor Butler.
Yes?
Councillor Noyes.
Yes?
Mayor Redekop.
Yes.
Third and final reading carries.
Thank you. Councillor McDermott, you have first and second reading for the confirmatory bylaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that bylaw number 63-2022 to confirm the actions of council as council and committee meeting held on May 9th, special council and committee meeting held on May 11th, 2022, council and committee meeting held on May 16th, 2022, and council meeting held on May 30th, 2022 is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Lubberts, third and final reading.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that bylaw number 63-2022 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That takes us to scheduling of meetings. Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, Your Worship, it's not so much a meeting, but there is the grand opening ceremony for, my apologies, I know the place, I just want to get the name right, the Little Red Coffee Cafe on Queen Street. That's this Saturday at 10:30. I've gotten to know Les, the owner, over the years being on council here, and I'm thrilled that he's doing this right in the old south end of Fort Erie, and I look forward to attending and trying his coffee.
Right, that's June the 4th from 10:30, I think, to 11:30. Any others? Councillor Noyes.
There's an Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting tomorrow, May 31st at 4 p.m. in Committee Room 1. There's also, and on June 1st, there is a Senior Citizens Advisory Committee at 10 o'clock in the Lions, I can't remember what it's called, the Lions Hall.
Douglas Heights?
Douglas Heights. I think there's also a flag raising.
There's a flag raising on June the 1st. I made reference to that at the Little Red Cafe. You guys obviously don't listen to my announcements at the beginning. Yes, there's a senior citizens flag raising, and that's on June the 1st, and that's at 9 o'clock as far as let me confirm that. June the 1st, 9 a.m.
Yeah, then there's again, at 10 o'clock, there's a Senior Citizens Advisory meeting. And then at 11 a.m. on June the 1st, also, there's a Drinking Water Management Review meeting at 11 o'clock in Committee Room 1.
What's that, at 11?
The Drinking Water Management Review meeting, the DWQMS.
Anything further, Councillor Noyes?
Nothing further.
Back to you, Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, I apologize, Your Worship. I forgot in my excitement about mentioning again Little Red Coffee opening. We have a Planning and Development Services Subcommittee meeting on June 13th. That's at 5 p.m. in Conference Room 1 here at Town Hall.
Any others? If not, then Councillor Dubanow, you have 2 minutes to get us out of here.
And I'll speak quickly. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that council adjourns at 10:58 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on June 27th, 2022.
All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you all.